What's up, guys, and welcome to the stream, and hopefully you're having a beautiful day. It's nice to have you here, and we are about to hop into the first best of three today. But before that, I'm your host, Donut, and your caster as well, as we're going to be going through these best of threes today. First game, of course, is going to be Astralis Talent versus Sangal, and after that, it's going to be another best of three, which will be Permitta versus Espionage. So two great games for today. That's going to be interesting. So we are going to be hopping into Group B as Espionage are going to be challenging Astralis Talent. I think that yeah, that's exactly what was happening, yeah. So Espionage did destroy Astralis Talent to do nothing, and the same pretty much happened with Permitta, a very strong team in itself. At the moment, Sangal and Astralis Talent finding themselves on a lower bracket to fight for the next day. You can see the lineup over here at the moment. So Kier, Krok, Tops, Unsk, and Jib Bowen. And yeah, so the loser of this lower bracket best of three at the moment will go out, but the winner actually fights for another day, of course, against the loser of Espionage versus Permitta. You can see the Sangals lineup over here: Sausal, Xfloud, LNZ, Garnagino, and Youngstar. Some of these players actually been playing on some other academy projects, which is kind of cool. So Linus, of course, we have been seeing his name in the past for a few times. Youngstar, one of those players to keep an eye out every now and then on the server. Kind of cool. And you can see the map video on the screen at the moment. So it's going to be Astralis ban to go for the Mirage. They're going to be banning Mirage. Of course, Sangal is going to be banning Inferno. Anubis and Ancient are going to be the first two maps that we are going to be seeing. And if we need a decider, we still have an overpass, which is kind of cool. So yeah, that's kind of nice. Good maps to be played for. I'm still waiting for a little bit of a map rework. Maybe drop some of these maps away because it's getting a little bit tiresome at this point. Could be awesome to see something new on a map pool, some new strats, something like that, but it's okay. A new patch also dropped today, so I'm not entirely sure. A lot of people are talking about the CL bot thing. They actually want to see that in action, so we might actually see something like that, or the players at least being happy. But for the first maps that we are going to be seeing is going to be Anubis and an Ancient. And of course, Astralis Talent, well, with 0 maps being played, it's going to be 0%. Meanwhile, at Sangal, 7 maps and 42% on Anubis. Then we are going to be hopping into Ancient for the next map. And that's a 4-mapper for the side of Astralis. Of course, 2 of those maps have been won, so it leaves them with 50% on the screen. Meanwhile, Sangal with 8 maps, 62%. So that's a 5-map win ratio, which is kind of okay. Yeah, that's interesting. And those are the stats for Ancient at the moment. Pistol rounds, 50% against 37. Sangal usually likes to do their work over at gun rounds. You can see some of the CT side win percentage as well, 59 and 46 for some reason. Interesting numbers. And we are getting ready to hop into the server in about a second or two, just waiting for the players to get ready. So guys, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a beautiful day and feeling relaxed as we're going to be starting the first best of three in about a second. And don't worry, we actually do have another one after that. So whatever happens, we have games today. That's going to be awesome. Of course, I was watching FaZe versus G2. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with FaZe every now and then. When they have important games, it seems like they just pretty much flunder. So hopefully they can actually get through the qualifiers today. Just a little bit of an off, talking about something else. But yeah. And when do we start? We are going to be starting in a second, just waiting for the players to hop into the server. So let's be a little bit more patient. A lot of people seem to be thinking that Sangal will win. Do we have anybody here believing in Astralis? It seems like we have a lot of backers for Sangal at the moment. Sangal is a very strong team, especially from the last time that I was actually casting them. They do know what they're doing. Yeah, somebody's calling out Astralis as well. Astralis will win map 1. Anubis. Whatever you say, Chief. It's been a lot of... Wait a minute. Astralis has been playing a lot of Anubis just on HLTV. Okay. It's one of those picks every now and then when, especially if a team has been practicing one map over and over again, you might actually see something that is cool. Sangal has been playing bad. The last time that we were actually watching it, it was okay. The Sam films, just because you keep asking the question again and again and again, it doesn't make the game start faster, okay? Maybe get a grip. Anubis, the first map and a peak of Astralis talent. From the grapevines, we heard that they have been practicing it, so hopefully they can actually show us something over here. It seems like they are going to go just for... well, that's a lot of utility, to be honest. For a team pushing on a T side. It seems like they want to go for the middle execution. Maybe to fake out a side just a little bit. That's going to be a lot of burns used towards the... Here actually finds the first shot from the air. That's going to be Linus to drop one X-Flood. He'll up with the second one. Linus actually drops Kier at the meantime as well. And that's just going to be pretty much tops. Almost with the same name. Trying to figure out what he can actually do. There is a little bit of a chance. He doesn't have the armor. That's the problem. Just a single tap to the body is going to pick up that crosshair. But manages to find a player towards the middle. So that's going to be Salsal. Spanish player dropped. Goes for the bomb pickup. And spots one of the players. One of them is very low, Linus. The only thing he has to do is pretty much just try to stay alive. But he goes out, gets the kill. And that's exactly what happened. Like I said. Without any armor, just a single tap to the body is going to be enough. Well, off to a new round we go. And it's a little bit more of a conservative play style at the moment. Just taking it a little bit slower at the moment. Not really pushing anywhere that quickly. Idea here is to try to play a little bit clock off. Well, time off the clock to maybe get a bit of a better spot at the moment. But it seems like X-Floud kinda waiting for a push like that. And the Deagle gets picked up by Unsk. So at least he has a little bit of a better weapon to play around with. Meanwhile, that's going to be Gunginho holding down the shallow depths of that middle and starting to gain some information. He's going to get that info from mid. Gets even the kill. He goes for the second one. Tops does get the trade, but at this point, again, solo without any armor. It's not going to be the best spot that he is. Well, he does actually get another kill with that MP9, which is going to grant him an extra $600. On top of that, Glock kill. Already something to start with. That's going to be some extra to the bank. So if he wants to go for some utility or anything like that, it's going to do wonders to the economy. Meanwhile, jumping into the next round now. Finally, we're going to see the gun rounds collide. It is still a bit of a bonus round from the side of Sangal. There's only an M4 and an AWP from Gunginho. Meanwhile, everybody else pretty much just rocking either an SMG or a FAMAS. We have seen some FAMAS clips before, especially yesterday. Kier actually spots the player in front of him. I'm not entirely sure. He's not... Wait a minute. turns his back to the enemy. What's happening at the moment? Youngstar at the perfect time and just goes for the push. But maybe they're biting a little bit too much of the cake, and Croc with tops. Both of them opening up a kill, and that is just surprising. Spotting an enemy that close to a B main, to go for a backup and turning your back against the enemy is just not the best way to play CS, I guess. Okay, but mistakes can happen every now and then. Top still holding B main. So if they decide to go for the push, and to be honest, Sangal with that first kill. The round started off well. Now there's a bit of an issue. If they actually lose this one, that's going to bounce Astralis back to the game board pretty quickly. And the way to play Anubis is trying to get as many CT rounds at the start as you can. Because when those gun rounds come in, that's when the problems start to lurk. And a quick push. Spotting the first player, actually even tagging the second one, and going for the other side of the pick, and Gangino is just pretty much hitting everything at the moment. To be honest, even a double. Meanwhile, Croc left alone here to play around with. There is a lurk coming in from the background, and with a B-side lost, oh, the lurk is just way too late. They were kind of hoping for that A execution to be pretty much perfect to get that bomb down. Wasn't a lot of time to play around with. And of course, this time around, it doesn't work. Well, well, well. Off to a new round we go. Nades for the other side of that main. Tops. There's still a buy on the side of Astralis, so Croc is going to be the first one to win the fight against Linus. That's going to be Youngstar at least to bring the numbers back. And they can actually equip themselves with one more extra weapon. Finally, it seems like they aren't going to be thinking about the push. Ansk still just equipped with the Deagle. A round like this could be amazing for the side of Sangal. Push coming to the smoke, not working out. That's going to be Axflow taken care of as well. Another push to the smoke. At the moment, Sangal going for some very aggressive pushes. Especially having the control at their spots. And I do understand sometimes you feel like you have to do something. The problem is, not just anything might be the right answer. Of course, with that B control, with the man advantage as well, it's going to be very hard to even think about a retake at that time point. So this round kind of falls through the cracks. And it's one of those kind of reset rounds. Looking at the previous rounds, you can see the effect of the buy from the side of Sangal. It's not going to be perfect. Meanwhile, Astralis talent. They have enough to pretty much buy whatever they want at this point. And a bit of a timeout. Technical pause. It's good that these happen at the start, so maybe at the late game we don't actually have these problems. A good spot for me to clean my glasses as well. M4s, 3 of them for the side of Sangal. Wait a minute, is that a deagle? Me without glasses, pretty much. I can barely see anything. Let's see. There we are. Okay, so a deagle from Axfloud. Young Star with his FAMAS. Meanwhile, a lot of head armorless players. Well, to be honest, at this point, you don't really need them when you have... Well, there is an M4, and it seems like Kier hasn't bought, but he's going to go for an AK. So, there's only one weapon that can pretty much one-tap you. That is not supposed to. Cheeky bricky. Stay cheeky, bricky. Alright. So it seems like we have a little bit of a bigger issue on the server at the moment. So let them figure it out. Which... yeah. The question is, does a witch have a black cat, or does it have a crow? That's something you need to figure out. Stay cheeky, bricky bricky. Ooh, more tips to the caster. Thank you, buddy. Well, well, well. The Temples of Anubis. Exhibition. That's an exhibition. A museum. What was the last word? It's a little bit shameful that we didn't get a little bit of more of a camera pan there. Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be playing RuneScape at the same time. Oh, the beautiful flowers. Look at that. The map is beautiful, though. I have to say that whoever designed this did a great job with it. King Tut at the top there. Just hitting it. Chilling. Why isn't HLTV advertising this match? Usually on the Division 2 lower end. At the playoffs we don't, or sorry, at the group stage we don't really have any HLTV coverage. We usually get it at the playoffs, so that's interesting. To be honest, in my opinion, these matches are HLTV, or are supposed to be, or should be HLTV certified, but you know, it is what it is. It's their platform. They do their decisions. They make their decisions. God damn it. That's fair enough. Yeah, it is what it is. But to be honest, I do agree with you. It would be awesome to get a HLTV coverage for even these matches. To try to build up the Division 2 a little bit even more. Meanwhile, that is going to be middle beam burned out alive at the start. It's got to be a quick push from that Mac 10, but that covered Smolly. He's actually got to play the player off of that corner. Wait a minute, Linus has no idea that the player's that close. So, Croc is going to get pretty much the first kill for free. And meanwhile, Xflout is going to hit the pavement as well as Kier opens up that middle. That is going to be a very quick round from the side of Astralis. And already the push coming in from B, but it's just going to be a call out for a save. Sangal barely even understood what happened on that round. What a play. What a play. Well, well, well. Up to a new round we go again. Astralis. With that quick execution, and I have to say, I'm just getting kind of caught off guard there for a second. I'm not entirely sure. With all the utility being drone, it might actually mask the steps close to the middle. But usually when you lose control that quickly, without any counter utility, you kind of want to step back from middle. The problem is giving them such a good space to work with, especially if you don't have any teammates close. Might be a little bit of a problem, so around like that not working out. Meanwhile, you can see the buy and the effects of it. That's gonna be the first kill from the Zeus. X-Floud just gained the kill and gets his teammate closer. That's gonna be Garginho. Even a nade to the cross, it doesn't really do anything. It's gonna be the USB to take down the players. Lines with 2. Doesn't get the control of the M4, but brings it to a 2 versus 2. And to be honest, quickly, Southsol brings this to a man advantage. And Jebowen, with the utility in his hands, at the moment, he has to be very careful. There's a lurker already behind him. And Youngstar could have actually picked up that M4. For some reason, he just goes for the USB, but it doesn't matter. Southsol dances close to the wall at the perfect timing, goes for the peek, gets the headshot, and that's the round. Astralis talent. A wall which isn't Zeus. The setup works perfectly. Look at this, the timing is top notch. And Sangal, they post a round on the board again. Wigano, can you change the title of the season? It says season 10. At this point, I think it's a legacy thing. Maybe it's good that it's over there. Let's just keep it. It's gonna be like a meme on the channel at this point. The season is always wrong. Well, Garginho finding the first shot from that op. Not entirely sure. You could be actually... It's possible to boost the player on top of the window. But the only where you can actually go for the peak is pretty much the top of the stairs at that point. Alright. That is going to be close to the A side, that smoke. Does block the entrance, but on top of it, X-Floud does find the first kill. As soon as it starts to peel off, that's going to be the op angle. Garginho actually misses a pretty interesting shot there. X-Floud does keep the numbers alive. This round seems to be going to the other side very heavily at the moment. The defense is just working so well. Garginho with a shot to the face. And Jebowen, looking at the numbers that they have already lost on the T side, especially when this is a T-sided map, and very heavily so. A few issues has been found. Jebowen does drop 2 at the end to save that op for the next round, which at least is something. Look at that, one tap to the face. Well played on that corner. And again, new rounds. So there is a player close to the platform, or actually on top of the platform, Youngstar. If he's going to be burned away from here, he needs some counter utility, especially maybe even from his teammate close to the door. Wait a minute. There is a Molotov for the quad. A push coming in from Connector already, and they can open this up easily. Sangal does burn one, but the problem is most of his teammates already hitting the pavement. That's going to be Ganigino with that op trying to find a kill. Goes for a nice pop through the smoke. Doesn't really hit anything. Even the nade blowing up the rest of the windows. Man, that's gotta be the round. Sangal. The problem is that, or actually not a problem. It's a good thing for the side of Astralis talent at the moment. Their executions are very on point. The problem is, so far what we have noticed is that if Sangal disrupts the entry in some way, it seems like the protocols, they do fall to the ground a little bit. So maybe Sangal, they should actually start to play a little bit more of a unorthodoxical CT side. Maybe start to push. They already have 5 rounds. That's definitely enough for the T side. So maybe at this point they should just flip the script and just start pushing the enemy team. And not just from B main, I'm talking about like middle, using a lot of utility to counter whatever they're doing, just dumping, going for fights that they're not supposed to. And just keep doing that over and over again in different manners. That could be the play for the CT side at this point, especially with the numbers that they have already. So. This is live? No, this is pre-recorded. I actually did hire a psychic to know what you were about to say and when, so that's how I know that you actually commented this at this point. So don't worry, it's all in your head. Boost close mid, and Linus from the closer angle does find a headshot. Goes for the second one as well. Oh god, Kier tries to get the trade, doesn't work out. Linus makes it a triple. 3 kills to start off the round. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aggression from the CT side. Not really giving them an option to really relax and go for whatever execution they want. Just to add more pressure. Well, a tap to the face from Ansk. At least brings a number back to the board. Meanwhile, Linus on his 4th, and he's actually gonna go for a 5. Oh god, does he get the 5th kill? The player behind the cake at the moment. Well, it's gonna be overrun by Youngstar, so 4 kills for Linus. Youngstar adding 1 on the board as well. Well. Quick rounds and a lot of damage done. Croc does get away alive behind that smoke. And Southsol is going to be re-smoking that connector. Could actually go for the connector peek behind it. Linus doing God's work on that round. Well, he pretty much won it by himself. Easy. Molotov for the other side of that smoke. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Sangal at the moment is spending a lot of utility. That pop flash is going to be beautiful. Linus goes for the second peek, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Not to play passively, not to give them the option to go for the peaks. For you to disrupt whatever they were doing, and that was just the timing of the month. The pop flash and the push behind it. Works out very well. Sausal, meanwhile, through the smoke drops Jabo, and just look at the amount of rounds that Sangal is about to win. They are going to be contesting for the half of, or actually the most of the rounds on this half already. Going for the 7th. Almost forgot that round amounts were changed. That's going to be Croc going for the entries. Spots a player close to the temple, but, or inside of it. The problem is there's a lot more to pick at the same time. 7-3. Astralis talent on their own map pick. Finding a bit of a wall in front of him. And at this point, they might want to gain some rounds if they want to fight for the lower bracket. Sangal definitely are showing what they're capable at this point. Look at this. Connector fights coming in again. That's going to be Canals. Canal going to be challenged. Those deagles from that range definitely can pop some headshots. Lion's just getting a little bit of an angle there. There is a way that you can actually spot middle without your head being shown on top of the box there too. So, Honest, the first one to get the first eagle shot. That's going to be Young, start to burn down Canals to keep them a little bit farther away from that corner. He's going to be changing those weapons again. To be honest, if he goes for the Canal peak, it could have been an easy kill for him. Extra AK for the side of Linus if he wants to go for the drills. And almost leaving the B side with that weapon on the floor. Might not be the best idea. Meanwhile, from middle, Linus is going to be making sure that the push is not going to work out. Croc goes down, and it seems like they are turning around with that push. So it's going to be a split from B, but the perfect timing on that Molotov disperses the push again. Beautiful work. There is still that AK on the floor. That's what worries me. If any of the players pick it up, that's going to be a bad luck. But it doesn't matter. Youngstar drops 2, Linus with 1. The deagle shot doesn't really land. Both of the players put 2 on the board. Oh my god. Well, well, well. Some good rounds already been spotted. Especially from the side of Sangal. Seems like Anubis is treating them very well. Nice to see it. The first stab, that's going to be the push from the B side, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Just keep changing the aggression from either of the sides. Doesn't matter where you're pushing, just keep pushing. And Ganginho even steps in with the op shot. Jabo and Anansk left together to wonder what can they actually do at this point. A tap to the face from Axfloud. I still have to remind you guys that this is Astralis Talents or Mapic. On a T side, getting stopped like this. I was kind of worried at the start. Now I'm just petrified. I was petrified. What song is that? It's... No. What song is that? Give me a second. Let's go. I have to call it again. When Astralis Talent did have their executions, those did work. And to be honest, I was kind of interested to see more. At least the plant, almost gets planted. Linus is just pretty much waiting backside. So even the last hopes gets ripped away. There was a little bit of a moment in this game where we start to see some executions from Astralis Talent that it might have been worrisome for some of the Sangal fans. But After pretty much converting every round into a win, it's looking very questionable for the side of Astralis talent. If they have a strong CT side, anything is possible, of course. But just looking at the rounds so far, it seems like Sangal, they have a little bit more of a better grip on how to play this round. So, but of course, I stand to be corrected. Everything is okay as long as it's okay. Oh God, my phone keeps flying away. Well, well, well. Okay. Seems like they are going to go for an A main execution here. Youngstar is going to be the one to throw some utility from the back end. That's a lot of utility to be throwing. And smoke already flies. That's going to be a bit molly for the cake. And a set of flashes. Pretty standard way. Oh, actually, that is going to be the steps molly. Okay. Good way to actually hold the CT's backside. Bomb already gets planted. Meanwhile, Gangino starts off the fight, but that's going to be Kerr. Gets a quick trade. Meanwhile, the rest of the CT starting to push in. That's going to be Jiboyan chiming in with 2 kills. Wait a minute, that was actually tops. But X-Flood does get a 1. Makes it up 1 versus 2. A tap. Linus gets grazed, but he's still alive. The only thing he has to do is pretty much just hold down to the bomb, but it's being planted for him. But Jiboyan. A bullet to the face. A 45. And the round is done. And done so. All right. Well, a plan for the side of Sangal and a round for the side of Astralis. And now on towards a second round of the second half. Meanwhile, Clark is going to be posting on top. Oh, that headshot. That corner has been spotted so many times throughout this game. I'm actually wondering still why people go for it, but it's okay. Trying to go for the first peak there. Jiboyan being dropped to 30 HP. Meanwhile, Croc limping out alive with 12. So a bullet each is going to be pretty much enough at this point. Of course, from an AK, you need 2 bullets for Jiboyan. Kerr actually finds another kill towards the A side. And look at the reaction from the side of B. They're actually rotating a player off of this side. If they decide to go for the execution now, if they decide to go for the push right now, this might be the round. Spotting out the player, smoking it out. And to be honest, the right call coming in from the Astralis sole player on that B side just to give them a little bit more space. But there is a player already deciding to push Canal, so we are going to be getting a full retake. The last fence of utility being dropped. Gunginho tries to step into a better corner. He kind of has to fight for the connector at this point. The issue here is, nice shot from Linus. Youngstar finds 1 as well. Gunginho does its work. Tops drops 2. And the push coming in from long and even from the connector. But it doesn't matter. They're gonna have to step on a bomb through the smoke. Linus drops 1, goes for the pop shots, and on top of the bomb already. Defusing, and he does get the defuse through. Holy! That gets very close. But I have to give it to Linus. That was a very hard round to win anyways, and he makes it very possible. Coming so close. I think that was about a millisecond at that point. So close, so close. A nice try for Linus. Nothing you can take away from him, especially looking at the money from the side of Astralis talent. Destroying the economy. That is gonna be the bitter bullet to swallow at this point. Southall finds the head of Vansk. And that's definitely not the way you want to start a CT round. A bullet to the dome. Maybe 1 to the face. Linus opens up the round. Or actually the ace side against Kerr. On the cross. Croc does get you. Well, shot round. It's actually going to be a triple kill for him. What's happening at the moment? Why is Sangal pushing 1 versus 1? Pretty much just giving him options. Southall does get 1 from the backlines. Meanwhile, X-Flood does make it a 1-on-1. But the problem is the amount of HP and the player's position from CT. Bowen does have a little bit of a taste that the push might be coming from the CT spawn, and he reacts to it at the perfect time. I'm not entirely sure. Sangal getting 2 beautiful entry kills, but then deciding to push the fight 1 versus 1. You can see the gaps of these enemies pushing. That's like almost 10 meters. At that point, just gather up, hobble up, and push together. I'm not entirely sure if the backline was trying to watch different angles, but the issue is that from cameras, usually you get that rotation. And if you give him, well, pretty much aim duels, it's a lot easier to hit those when you have an extra second in between the fights. There's like a hair in everywhere pretty much at this point in my house. God damn it. All right. Well. Comeback from Astralis could be sick. I do agree with you. Noise. Not sure why. It's okay. Kerr, with 2 kills, that's going to be Jabon with 1. And this is a buy round. You have to think about that fact. Linus does get the, well, at least the kill. The problem is that pretty much the whole team has been destroyed already. Gangino being bombarded. And I'm not entirely sure what he can even do in this spot. Pretty much, if he can do some damage for the weaponry, for the economy, drop a few weapons here and there. Well, that's not going to happen. Let's see. Astralis finally. The issue is the lost bonus. Even if they have gained a few rounds here, they only have to lose once to go through an eco. And Sangal, it seems like they're reading it. Nade to the right side. Already being ready for that push, even through the smoke, tapping a few players. Bowen trying to bait out the push. And it seems like middle control falls for the side of Sangal. And a very active rotation coming in towards that B side. I'm not entirely sure where they got the information, but that's a very good read, if anything. Maybe it's a read from Astralis if we don't see anything in middle. It's going to be a B or A push. So pretty much just back up at X time. Push coming in towards the side behind a pillar of players. Southall does drop 1, but the problem is, oh god, it's a sloppy shooting at the moment at the server. But there is a player pushing on towards the A side. Look at the play. Faking out what's happening on B. And just using the power of that lurk to get even more control from the A side. So they can better... Oh no, Youngstar is going to go for the peek on towards mid. This might be the issue that they're going to go for. And a double fake. Look at this. CT lurk. Very deep. And now, what kind of a timing are we going to have here? That's supposed to be a kill. Linus does drop Ansk from the back line, and that means pretty much that B side is open. There is a player close to the connector. And Linus, he needs to help out here. A smoke for Khan. And the only thing they have to do is pretty much just push towards the side to get that bomb planted. Spots the player from the back lines. Kerr goes down and through the smoke. The only thing Linus had to do is pretty much just press the bullet. He's trying to actually go for the retake quickly. No, Croc is going to disperse that push. Off angle for Young Star. And Linus behind the pillar. A very hard spot to be at. Croc trying to bait it out. Gets the first kill. He has no idea where the last player is. From the left side of that pillar, Linus goes for the pick. And Sangal. Around. That looked so good for Astralis talent. Especially with that triple spray. Gets knocked on its ass. Oh my god. Spotting the player at the worst possible timing, of course. Every time you unscope, somebody peeks. Molotov pushes out. Kerr, he doesn't think the player, so Sausal gets warned. And close angle with the Zeus. That's gonna be tops. Nade on top of him as well. I'm not sure if he can actually... Usually when the nade hits, there is a little bit of a sound cue it gives off the enemy, so... Maybe he has the information. That's gonna be Linus to start off with the first kill from Connector. Youngstar is going to help out with one, but that pretty much means the B side is pretty much lost already. But on the other side of the map, we are going to be taking down that A side, and it's just going to be pretty much a mop. Only a player lost this round, so not a big deal for the side of Sangal. And Astralis talent, well, on their own map pick, starting to find a bit of a problem. Off we go. M4 straight for the side of Astralis talent. And they're actually having a similar problem. Way too little rounds to go for any risks at the moment, so now it has to be pure skill. And it seems like Sangal are going to be jugging that bomb just a little bit closer to that A side. Even middle has been lost already. Oh, if they want to go for the beautiful timing on that push, that could be awesome. But Croc does drop X-Flop from middle. Youngstar hasn't shown any of his cards yet. Meanwhile, for the A side, Uns just drops out on the push. Behind a pillar, fully blind. Linus can barely see anything. And finally the execution coming in, but oh my god, I'm not entirely sure what's happening in middle. Oh, they even read it. Youngstar trying to push through the smoke. But he's going to be taken care of quickly. And Ganginho, with just an op against 5. It would be the ace of his life, pretty much. Or not. A tap to the face and the round is over. Astralis, they make it an 8. At least. Well. Challenge towards the B outer. Nice spray coming in from tops. Actually getting 2 kills over there. Ganginho and Sausal barely can see anything. Bit of a reaction on Molotov for the pillar. Next flood with Youngstar. Are opening and actually bringing the round a little bit back. Wait a minute, a little bit too much of a peak coming in from tops. Brings it to a 2 versus 2. The problem is the HP for Youngstar. 1 HP to live with. Just 1. Meanwhile, the retake coming in from Long and Temple. Molotov for the pillar. And Linus, well, after Youngstar goes down, he kind of has to go for most of the peaks. Wait a minute, that op shot is going to miss to Croc. With the quick reactions and the smoke. They have so much control, but that Molotov is going to play a little bit more time. They used the Molotov, they used the smoke for the wrong object. They do have the kits, but the problem is Linus, he can just refuse. Oh, Croc to the smoke. Does manage to get the kill. We might be talking about an overtime here if they don't get their rounds together soon. Sangal. You could see the chess being played on that round. Crazy of a timeout, I guess. Crazy of a timeout. Oh, yeah. Well, 11-9. A few rounds off. Okay. Okay, that's just going to be Astralis using some default utility for the other edges of the map. But Sangal also knowing that they're pretty much low on money at this point. They have to beat that nade. It's got to be beautiful. The execution on point. Youngstar is going to be getting the second kill towards Croc, but from the backline, Kerr does drop Genginho, and he needs to step quickly into this fight. That second flash doesn't really do anything, but he needs a kill from the backlines to help out his teammates on the push, but Youngstar, he's just tearing up the CT spawn at the moment. Doesn't give a crud and care. He knows that Sangal, they have gained their map point, and exactly what I was talking about. The problem is the money. Oh god, my seat just broke again. Let's try to fix this. Not entirely sure what's happening with this seat, but it's okay. The issue is the money, especially when that last weapon gets taken out. Sangal putting themselves in a better position to win this game now. Forget the last round. Look at the buy now. 1,500 for the side of tops. Do you want any fries with that? Actually hits that shot. I'm not entirely sure what he saw. Sausal does get the kill onto his Ansk. Meanwhile, drops Sausal. So at least we get a trade. Beautiful shot from that up. I'm not entirely sure. In my screen, I didn't see anything. So, players being swapped around, and the damage is pretty much similar. Oh, Chipoin with the worst timing ever, turning around. Linus is gonna open up the side. X-Flout with his own kill. And Genginho even stepping it up with that op. Ansk left in a 1 versus 4. At least one of the players is low HP, but the problem is, retake something like this, even with an M4, is going to be nearly impossible. Oh god. Which side of a peak are they going to go for the double swing? Ansk getting the information from Quad in about a second. He's just going to be shot down, and that's going to be the round. Almost a little bit of a lifeline being shown from the side of Astralis talent, but again, Anubis just keeps showing itself as a map that is a very, very T-sided map. So, on your T side, when you start off, especially if it's your own map pick, you need to get those rounds quickly. And if you keep giving them CT side rounds, well, that's exactly what you're going to get. We're going to go for a little bit of a break. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that match. We do still have at least another map from the same best of 3. And after this one, we even have another best of 3 to go through. That's going to be Permitta versus Espionage. So don't go anywhere. Let's just take a little bit of a break. Hop back in when we're ready. Welcome back for map number 2, as we are going to be hopping into Ancient. It's going to be an interesting time that already Sangal pretty much clapped Astralis talent out of their own map pick. I think it was 13-9. So, a little bit of an awkward ending there. But Sangal has been one of those teams to pretty much follow in the lower end scene, which is kind of cool. Bowen starting off the game with his dually headshots. Meanwhile, the real push is coming towards the A side, and you can see the USP white with the new skin. Looks beautiful. From the back lines, that's going to be Sangal to get the kill. Bowen does get one more ask. Helps its fallen teammate, I guess. Tap to the face from Gamginho, and the push coming in from the CT at the perfect timing. Oh, the flashes work out well. Astralis talent. Big post, a pistol round on the board, and Sangal with that quick push. Well, they don't gain a round this time around. A nice way to start the enemy's map pick after a loss. And of course, if it's been done to you, it's possible to do it to them. Utility being used at the start, that is going to be just pretty much shutting down the execution. But wait a minute, for some reason more utility gets used, and Kerr, without any bullets, gets pushed down towards the B apps. B cave, sorry. Almost going for that kill with that MP9 and getting 2 kills at the start here. To be honest, if they could have somehow planted the bomb, that could have been a little bit more, but those 2 kills aren't going to be good for motivation, I guess. It doesn't really impact the round that much for our next one. Of course, losing an M4 always stinks a little bit, but it can be picked up by their teammates, and as long as they can buy, it's okay. Of course, a little bit of a cleaner round is going to be better for the Southwest Astralis talent, but with the loss bonus that they have at the moment, they can't buy anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. If they get wiped out now, they're staring at a save or a broken force buy. Look at the money of some of these players. $50 on the side of Unsk. Bowen starting off the round, gets the first and the second peak. This op is working out so well. Triple kill for the man already. Last round is a shadow of itself. Sangal, Sangal, sorry. At least drops the opper. Meanwhile, Youngstar does drop Kier. Wait a minute, if they actually manage to do some damage towards the economy again, this could be huge. Ensure that nobody's close to the self-boost there. Sangal trying to go for some cheap drills through the smoke. Even giving a little bit more space for the Southwest Astralis talent to hold. And you can hear how the round gets very quiet at the moment. They are going to be pushing towards that A side. Not even picked up that op. And meanwhile, the push coming in from the back lines. Oh, the timing could be so bad here. With the bomb out already. The only thing he has to do is pretty much just hit a shot. That's exactly what's about to happen. Sangal with side control goes for the CT push. Drops one more weapon, and that's huge already. To think about the fact that they lost 3 players at the start. To enter round with 3 kills. If they go for a buy now and Sangal, they manage to flip this around, that is going to destroy the economy of Astralis talent. Just look at the money. After winning a round, they barely can buy. Oh, that has to sting. Some kind of SMG or a FAMAS. It's going to be 4 rifles anyways. Just look at the side of that utility as well. It's not going to be pretty. Nothing left to the bank again. The full push coming in, and this is exactly what Sangal is reading with the first kill off of that B side, opening it up. And even getting more on top of it. Oh, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Long push coming in, maybe a little bit too much at that point. Unsk does get 2 kills from the backline, so retake is possible. Sangal just drop Croc from lane, and the bullets don't match. Sangal winning a crucial part of this start, and just look at the economy of Astralis. Nothing left to the tank. 3 rounds in a row. This is the issues with the CT economy that we have at the moment. You can literally have amazing plays, win 3 rounds in a row, and literally lose 1 round and instantly be in an eco. God, this is insane. 5-7s are going to be harassing Youngstar off the start. That Molotov is going to be pushing Kier off of that corner, so Linus can go for a pretty sweet kill. And meanwhile, across the map, fights have been won. USB straight. Not even a dime left for the bank. Pushing towards the pit, getting that first kill. And a spray down from the side of Sangal. Already 4 players being dropped, even though 1 AK has been gained, but a minute 20 left on the board. It's going to be nearly impossible to save. Kier does get 1 kill on top of it. At least farms a little bit of money, but the problem is where he's trying to save that AK is exactly where that bomb is located at the moment. Before he even goes for the pick, gets 1 tapped in the face. And that's the round. They do get 2 nice kills, which is okay. Always funny to see USB headshots on a gun around. And off to a new try again. This time around, finally, Astralis Talent having the economy to buy in. 4 sets of M4s. I really want to see what they're going to do. Aggression at the start is going to be a nice way to start off the round. Meanwhile, Kier is going to be pretty much pushed into a corner here. Already destroyed, but a quick straight from Jabo, and he's been very sharp throughout the game. A few bullets to the face. Already gains control out of that pit spot from B. But it seems like Sangal are going to be jugging these players more towards that A side, so... First player close corner, that burn is not going to work. Wait a minute, it does actually. Ansk, with the perfect utility, even drops a smoke in front of him. Goes for the off angle. Oh, if they're not ready, but they are going to be dispersing that smoke with a nade. So, Ansk gets red, but to be honest, the play was good. Backside of that side, a Molotov to make sure that nobody's camping behind him. And meanwhile, Ruins player drops Croc, sorry, doesn't even get a chance at Jabo, trying to make the plays go through. And even if the bomb planter goes down, at least Linus has the trade. Sangal for the 3, already taking a lead here. Ah! What the fuck? I'm always thinking, in what kind of mind space do people actually write ha 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 in the chat? But interesting. Alright. Again, 5-7s are going to be leading the way for a kill. Actually getting 1 more with that picture. 50 Ansk. 2 entries, which means 2 weapons for the side of Astralis Talent. Already long. There is a player close to the short and a push coming in from T-spawn. They have to be careful here. But as long as they get a kill or two, that's going to open up the side a little bit more. Ganagino does get clogged from the back lines. I'm not entirely sure if he knows that there's a second player. He has to be careful here. Oh, he's been already bamboozled. A shot to the back of the face. Jeboen finds one more. And oh no, Linus is the only player left alive. That spray doesn't work out. The defuse comes in. Sangal. Losing a round that was theirs, and don't mind the HUD at the moment. It flipped for some reason. There seems to be a little bit of a bug on the HUD at the moment. It keeps flipping around every now and then. So Astralis talent are on the CT side. Well, still technical pause. Not entirely sure if a player dropped. It seems like every time they go for a technical pause, that's where the HUD seems to be flipping over. So, seems like some kind of a player action on the server. Oh God. Thank God I have an energy drink at the moment. Let's go. Who is who? I don't understand. Sangal is on the T side. Astralis talent. They are the defenders. The defenders of the galaxy. Guardians of the galaxy. Yeah. All right. Well, at least we have an opera on the server. Jeboen ready. If anybody wants to go for the pick, a bullet to the feet. Meanwhile, it seems like Youngstar has opened up the board with a kill. Croc actually spotting out what's happening towards that mid, so... And a nade on top of Southsol does get a kill, but the problem is many of these entries at the moment going for the side of Sangal pretty much freely as so. Here goes for the double swing, but let's get one. The problem is Linus with a quick trade. Brings it back to a 2 versus 1, and Sangal with B control. Well, the bomb is just going to be jugged all the way around towards that B side. And that leads to Bowen without any kills in a very hard 1 versus 2. He needs to separate these kills quickly. That first shot is going to be what it needs. Exactly what it's going to get. Molotov for the side to make sure that nobody's going to be playing close to the pillar or even the red dark spot. Ninja, whatever you want to call that corner. Meanwhile, oh god. Linus does spot the player. Hits him once. The problem is to Bowen. Narrowly misses that bullet. Goes for the full defuse. Oh, Linus is not baiting. What is happening? Astralis talent. In front of Sangal. Jeboen just goes for the defuse, and like I keep saying, pros, they don't fake. Just go for the peek. Looks a lot less embarrassing at that point. Wait a minute. Linus bot, turn back your village. Swedish villager. So you want me to turn it off and back on again? Oh, I love the chat. You guys keep me happy and entertained. Well, a timeout and one needed one as well to talk about what happened on that round. We are actually still getting the music. Drop middle. Rock is going to find the first kill on towards Sangal. He's been dropping for a few rounds now. Finds Linus. And finally a trade, but the problem is Ansk on top of the middle actually finds that kill on towards X-Cloud. Youngstar drops it back to 2 versus 3 at least, but the push is coming from the pit at the same time. Oh no! Ganagino is not ready for the player to be that close, and Tops still alive, and a player close from short has to push through the smoke. And that nade might actually drop down Tops. No, it falls into a little bit of an awkward spot, but Youngstar trying to push to the side, gets shut down. And Astralis talent, they're starting to stack up a few rounds here on the CT side. This is starting to look a lot better, especially from Anubis. Nice to see that they have some gas left on the tank. Gas left in the tank. My brain just kind of malfunctioned there for a second. Op shot misses. Trying to harass the player on that A side. Keep Chip Bowen up his feet, I guess. So, if you have a long rifle, we're gonna stick a shorter one in you. Middle push already coming. What? Explode. Hello. Oh, he's gonna punch the desk for that. That definitely looked like it was on point. It just didn't hit the headshot for some reason. The Deagle is a funny weapon. Sometimes you hit a shot while running, sometimes not even while you're still. It's a funny game. Okay, Mr. Funny Man. Well, he's coming in for... That is going to be a sloppy fight from the side of Sangal. At the moment, any of the entries just not working. And all of these fights are pretty much just falling for the side of Astralis talent. Finally, Linus opens it up with something. And to be honest, B-side control, but the problem is from long. It takes way too long for them to react. Going down one by one. And Sangal really not catching a break here. Four rounds so far is all they could have posted. Astralis talent almost going for the 8 already. And I've been left to wonder, whose map pick is this? Seems like we're training map picks today. On top of window, it's going to be Clark with Kerr. Climbing that push. And to be honest, Linus gets the kill even in a situation like that. Does just a little bit damage. To be honest, it's a bit more could have been better. Meanwhile, this is all a fake, a ruse, as they have a site. Astralis talent giving a lot of space for Sangal. They kind of have to go for the retake now. It's the last round. Now the utility is starting to pop in. Youngstar flaps off of that spot for some reason. Again, my Discord keeps making noises. Tops just get one frag to actually open up the retake. That's going to be Youngstar with the defense. Meanwhile, from long, a nice push. That's going to be Angst coming in from the A main. A 1 versus 1, and Tops wins the fight and the retake. Worst for the side of Astralis talent, Sangal. Coming so close on some of these rounds. I'm not entirely sure what to say. Astralis talent just finding some kind of a life form here on their own CT side of Ancient. And to be honest, now that we are talking about the fact that this is a Sangal's map pick, they kind of have to win the first pistol round here and start to chain up some rounds to get a comfortable comeback. The problem is, Astralis talent, if they do the same, the game is almost over at that point. Of course, it's not the worst situation to be at. The 4 rounds are enough to gain some kind of a CT round, CT side. But losing a round just lifts the amount of risk so much higher every round, which might actually affect even the way that Sangal want to play their CT side. We're not we maybe not actually are going to see some of the risks that they normally take. But I don't know. I did just. We are going to be seeing it in about a second or two. Well, a double stack towards the cave. Molotov's been already used for the short to actually push a player out of it. Ginho, even fully blind, finds a kill. That's going to be a double for him to start off the round. Exactly what they needed already. On top of the bomb. And the site has been gained for the side of Astralis Talon. Meanwhile, trying to push in towards the cave. They actually do find one more kill on towards Bowen. Brings this to a 3 versus 2. This is entirely holdable at the moment. But Youngstar from the backline does get a kill. And from the pillar, the push coming in. Youngstar has to be careful. And they are going to overrun him. Let's go. Sangal with a very important pistol round. Those 4,950 are mine, dude. I have to say that you are going to cry after this game. Remember, no crying. Well, back flash. That's got to be the deeper nade as well. Wait a minute, it actually clips onto here pretty well. Where is Device? He's taking a break at the moment. He's going to be playing for Cloud9 in about a second. With Simple. I think Simple is in game leading. Where is Snappy and Yappy, sir? Also in Cloud9 with Hobbit and I think it was Electronic. Yeah. Axflood with the deep Molotov for the lane. I was actually surprised by the comments from Simple. That really threw me off. Croc from the double doors starting to step in. They really want to go at the double peaks, actually working out pretty well. Even through the wall, finding a kill on towards X-Flood easily, not even close. But from long. Lions does get one, but the quick trade from Croc works out very well. They actually need some kind of utility towards the side. Molotov, something could be good. Meanwhile, Tops does get Ginho. Nice frag onto him. And Sangal. Losing players. Southall gets a hint to save that weapon. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to book it towards the middle. And at this point, well, if he could actually win the fight against Kerr. But the problem is, Southall is not even going to be ready for the corner that he's going to be peeking from. So that's the round pretty much done. Nothing safe for the next round. And Astralis Talent a little bit closer to an upset. And a good one as well. That would actually reset the round, so we would find ourselves in overpass. Which is going to be interesting. Of course, timeout being taken from the side of Astralis Talent. The reason for it might be that they want to keep the momentum alive. So, going for some crazy strat might be the way. Meanwhile, Sangal, their buy is horrendous. Almost looks like my ex-girlfriend on Halloween, but it's okay. That's why you have makeup. Oh, honey, what's your dress status? Of myself? Ooh. All right. There it is. Round away from double points. Double digits. Croc opening up the round with a kill on towards X-Flood. And Ansk from the lane starting to push a little bit closer towards the cave. B-side has been pretty much given up already. They are just sacking A entirely. And that is supposed to be the call out. Sangal on the default pretty much just losing this round. And to be honest, if they save the armors for the next round, they can just go for this setup again. The problem is Astralis talent. They're just getting easy rounds at this point. And Sangal not really even fighting for this round at the moment. And to be honest, there's nothing they can pretty much do. This could be the most insane retake if they actually decide to go for it and win it. And to be honest, I don't think they even have kits. It doesn't seem like it, so a hard situation to be at. Deagle shot flies through the map. Linus off angle. Just hoping maybe somebody can push him for him to get one weapon. And Salsal is going to be saving with his teammates. Yeah, trying to even hunt for the rest of the armor that they have. Not really working out, so they are going to be pretty much saving everything for the next round. Except that first death. But at the moment, I'm just thinking about like the way they have pretty much screwed their money. I'm not entirely sure what they can actually buy even for the next round. They are getting a little bit of a loss bonus, at least that's something, but at that point, Astralis talent are at 11. That's just a round away from a map point. Shallow nade being thrown. If any of the players want to play close angle there. That's going to be Croc pushing to the left side. Oh my god! Kanagino goes for double kills. Doesn't pick any of the weapons! Why not? Okay. I do understand if they think that there's a third player pretty much holding it. They don't want to give the man advantage away, but Jabo, meanwhile from Pit, does get a kill. This might be a little bit too much. I'm not entirely sure what are they going for. Youngstar, he has to get away from this corner. Keep the numbers alive. If they want to fight for this map, they need control. Both of the weapons found out. Axe flop with Youngstar. A round like this could definitely bring some lifeline towards the Sangal's gameplay. That's 6 rounds on the board if they win this one. But meanwhile, Jaboan does find a beautiful shot. On towards the player, towards the A side. And from long, Youngstar does spot the player behind the box. X-Flood, the only thing he has to do is pretty much just hold. Oh god. The lead going back towards Astralis talent. Kier doesn't have any idea that there's a player behind him. But look at the plays. Already thinking that it's going to be an A-side execution. No. The players rotating back towards the B. And by the way, on a minimap, they have to make that smoke look a little bit bigger. At the moment, it always, when it's showing, it looks like it has a little bit of a gap in it. Which definitely doesn't hold any water. And Sangal has been left to think about the... If they actually want to even go for the retake, no. Just save those weapons for the next round. Like I said, their economy isn't fantastic, and that's an odd situation to be at. 3 versus 5, and for them to go for another pit peak and not making a setup for the side, that's a big mistake. I do understand trying to catch them off guard, but the problem is at that point when you already shaken the enemy team, they are going to be pretty much just waiting for you to do more plays. That's a little bit surprising. Well. Well, to a new round we go. Utility towards mid has been thrown. Ansky's gonna take a few bullets there. Push towards mid. Salsal does win the fight, but the problem is takes a lot of damage and loses his teammate. It looks like Sangal, they don't have a lot on their CT side at the moment. Astralis talent definitely leading the charge here. Through the soft wood, trying to hit something. This could be a total turnaround in the game. Again, through the wood. I'm not entirely sure if they can even learn from it. Astralis talent has checked that 2 times in a row, in and out. To be honest, every round they pretty much go for the same drill. And every round there seems to be a Sangal player behind it. Going for the short peek as well. Trying to drill some damage. Meanwhile, the push coming in now. They have to get that defense online. And oh god, yeah, we're going to map number 3. It seems like Sangal, they have nothing under their pants at the moment. There's nothing they can do. They're just getting wrecked at the moment. Short fight in about a second, and Croc, a tap to the face, it's done. I'm starting to believe, like, maybe we got the HUD wrong, and the map picks were actually other way around, because this doesn't look like either of the teams actually picked their own map. Oh god. Sangal is getting absolutely wrecked at the moment. And 5 rounds only in their own map pick, not a single round on the CT side. That has to be embarrassing at this point. Beautiful knife from Croc. Goes well with the jersey that they have on Astralis at the moment. Beautiful set. Alright. Well, up to a new round we go, I guess. Linus with X-Plot at least finding a kill. So that's going to be a 2 entries at the start. And it seems like Astralis talent already with A-side control. A player through the donut. Or sorry, through the site. There's a player through the donut just trying to gain some information. I'm not entirely sure. By now they should know. The tops. Expanded boxes here. And Bowen, make sure that Axflow doesn't live for another second. Utility being used behind the... I think that was a Molotov behind the smoke to push out the player. And then through the smoke trying to drop down Kier. Not really working out and going for the self-boost. Tops, close angle of that corner. Anybody tries to go for the bomb plant, he can actually hold it down. Meanwhile, behind the box, that's going to be Kier. He needs to step up before his teammate goes down. That's going to be the 2 frags that they need. Linus gets 1, but it's still Tops alive. Sangal wins their first... I think this is their first round on a CT side. We might actually get the break. Did they have 8? Did they get 1 already? I think they did. This is the second round. Yeah. Congrats. Yeah, they did win. Yeah, they did win 1. But it got converted directly afterwards, so... Somebody already asking for an overtime. Well, it means that 6 rounds is needed. And looking the way of things already, Astralis talent has been on point so far, so at least on this map. That would be insane to bring this to an overtime, to break the mold. early on. Kill coming in from the side of Youngstar. Wait a minute, Gangino through the smoke gets one. X-Cloud helps out with one as well, but the spray coming in from Ansk is going to be dropping the upper way, and Salsal. Now the question is, Sangal is starting to fight for the sum of these rounds. That's going to be 2 rounds in a row now. Is this the peep before they go down? Or are we actually going to be getting a little bit of a fight here from the Sangal squad? They're going to be needing many more rounds like that. And in a row as well. 5 of them. For this round, Astralis talent, splitting a little bit more towards that middle and lane control. So it's like a spear from 2 sides. But it seems like Sangal, we have seen a little bit of a new meta here, where middle and top window get smoked, so they can actually go for the full hold here and just get away. This has been in place for a little while. It would be awesome to see somebody change the CT meta just a little bit. We have seen it for a while now. New smokes getting used to cover up middle. And that's just going to be left for Salsal to hold the lane. Meanwhile, there seems to be a little bit of a trap here from the little corner and even behind the box on towards the B side. B ramp, sorry. Even a third smoke being used towards middle. That is going to be a full minute with 10 seconds being already played off the clock. The push coming in through the smoke right now. Right here is going to be the time. Kier does get the trade, but oh, so quickly. Everybody gets dropped. And that's just going to be tops. In a 1 versus 3 with only 13 health points left. He has to be insane to win a round like this. Ganginho knows and holds. Long angle, spots the player, getting information, getting crossed, but goes back to the side, and seems like he's going to be holding it from a main. Goes for the little peek, gets tapped, and the round is done. 8 on the board, 4 rounds away. No panic still. This is totally doable in 4 rounds. Not the end of the world. To be honest. Still looking at Astralis gun rounds. They didn't seem to have any issues, so they're just trying different stuff as long as it works. Or until it works. There's no caster curse. Don't believe in that. Nothing like that is real. Never happens. Timeout. Tactical pause from the side of Sangal to maybe talk about a few things. Lukuex, can I ask you, how much did you bet in this game? If you're gonna receive a return like that? Now I'm actually intrigued at the moment. Oh, the snow is melting at the moment. Oh. Wait a minute, you bet? That's the amount that you put money into the bet? Oh, the chase in middle. Youngstar is going to gain the trade at least. Meanwhile, that is going to be kills across the board for everybody, but it's going to be dropped into a 3 versus 3. And it seems like Astralis talent finally have broken the mold. Molotovs for long. It is going to the push, and the long is... Oh, God. Just a little bit of a head has been shown again. Ginho gets a bullet to the face. God. Jaboin with the second frag. 3,100 Canadian, so that's like $3. Okay. Fake money. And that's the round. Astralis talent winning 13-8. Sangal. getting kind of pushed out of their own map, which is a little bit unfortunate if they wanted to take this, but it is what it is. A nice bet for somebody, so hopefully you enjoy your winnings. And we are going to be hopping into Overpass, which wasn't in the cards after looking what happened on Anubis, but it's okay. A little bit of a longer game, which is always better. And even after this, we do have another best of 3. So let's take a little bit of a break, hop back in here when we are ready, get some water, get some popcorn, whatever you need to do to refresh yourself, and hop back in when we're ready. See you in a Map number 3. After both of the teams losing their own map picks, and actually Astralis talent making short work of Ancient. For a second there, I thought that Sangal might have some batteries left on the end of the game, but no, they didn't. We find ourselves on Overpass, and we're gonna have to go through a knife round here to choose the sites. And this is gonna be interesting. It is just going to be Astralis talent winning the knife round easily. And we are going to be hopping into the first pistol round in about a second, and they are going to be choosing which side do they want to start at. So, map number 3 is going to be Overpass, and I have to say, everything that happened before is going to be pretty much just nulled at this point, because it is going to be a reset on the game. So, it's pretty much like a best of one. Who wins here goes home and actually continues the tournament. The loser drops out of the lower bracket. After this one, we do have another game, which is a best of 3 as well, and that's going to be Permitta versus Espionage. So we still have some entertainment left for today, and we're just waiting for the players to get ready on the server. Let me actually grab some information about the maps at the moment. So Sangal on Overpass, they're rocking a 28%. Ugh. That's not good at all. Meanwhile, I think that is with 7 maps being played as well. So the worst loss was against Prezi, but not actually a bad loss in a way. 13-9. Looking at the map from the side of Astralis talent, 66.7. And that's just 3 maps being played total. The worst loss was against Illuminar, 13-7. 3 maps played, only 2 victories. Not entirely sure what's about to happen here. And we can actually get the game ready and set, as the first round is about to start. And you can hear the focus. Astralis talent wheel 1. Alright. Let's flip a coin. Ganginho. First one to lead the charge. Behind the pillar, first stab's already been spotted, and it's just gotta be a shutdown from the side of Astralis talent. Don't focus on the HUD at the moment, as it is flipped the wrong way around. That is just going to be Astralis talent easily holding down the B side and just getting through the round with those pistols. Who you got if you had to pick? To be honest, I think Astralis talent has the momentum at the moment. I have to say it. Call of Duty. If I have to call it out, just looking how they played the last time, they actually start to look a lot crispier at the end as well. Alright. Meanwhile, now the HUD got fixed finally. Nice. Astralis talent. Some of the players still opting to buy. They are going to be, I think they dropped the weaponry for their... No, they're actually going to save, yeah, for the op. Jiboen decided to go. He's just going to shut down players. 3 kills with the dualies, and that's going to be Angst from the background to drop 1, get that 600 bucks. Meanwhile, Jiboen, an extra 900 bucks onto his economy. The issue is that he goes down with the armor, so he basically is paying back the armor, and he can't go for a full op by now. What a play. And those kills came way quick. I had no idea what actually even happened. I think he got a kill in between the frames as well. And off to a new round we go. Op shot from Jiboen. Exactly what I was looking for. Calm and steady. Even hits the second flick on towards Ganginho. Oh, this game is starting to get out of hand already. Astralis talent. Well, look at that knife. That is beautiful. That's a pretty knife. If anybody in the chat understands the value of a knife, let me know. Meanwhile, towards the B side, there is a setup close to the monster, so if any of the players actually want to push through the smoke, that's going to be bad. But just look at the backstab coming in from Kerr. Already very close to the players. Oh, he might have to go for it. Yeah, top. Let's get the trade, but they are getting bullied. Bullied to a T. Bullied. This has to hurt. Axflood looking into doing some damage. A kill or two could be something. The more he gets, the worse the economy is going to be for the side of Astralis now until the next round. So the more they actually have to buy in, gives them a little bit of a chance to maybe turn this around. But the problem is, at this point, you don't want to start the same way you started at Ancient. Just losing fights and rounds one by one, slowly but surely. Time gets run down. And here we are, closer to a ridiculously good start. That's Red Karambit. Yeah, but it was a butterfly knife. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? I actually have a Red Karambit, which is kind of cool. Crimson Web. Ah, you were talking about Linus's. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Okay, yeah, I didn't mean the Linus's. I meant Jaboin's butterfly knife. You be rich? No, actually, I missaid what I was saying. I have a Karambit, Crimson Web. Crimson Web. That's what I have. With some odd patterns. I actually used to have, like, a butterfly knife case hardened. I used to have a Damascus steel when I was streaming. And to be honest, I didn't buy any of them. They just got either bet and won, or people donated for some reason. I don't even understand why. Actually, even somebody donated Karambit, what is it, Damascus steel as well. And back at the time, it was very expensive. Well, a round like this just gets pretty much mopped away. Sangal, they have no idea how to even push towards that A side. I have to say, already seeing some of the counter utility from the side of Astralis, it is a very old smoke that, if I remember correctly, I think it was Energy that actually picked it up on Overpass. So when the hit actually comes towards the A side, you do not leave the A side without any, the B side without any smokes. You actually drop a smoke on the other side of the toxic barrels, and that gives a lot of coverage for the side of the CTs to actually play around on that B side. But it's nice to see that they actually, I'm not entirely sure, was that Sangal smoke on top of the side as well? That's what I'm not really picking up at the moment. If Astralis talent, they're going for some new sets of smokes here. And there is a way that you can actually throw a smoke a little bit deeper towards the curve. So if any of the Sangal players want to push close to the pillar, it's going to be very hard. Yeah, butterfly 15k if it was red. Just think about the fact if you actually open something like that out of a box. That's insane. Jaboin. Meanwhile, shows us something else that's insane. A one tap to the body. I opened some boxes in CSGO luck and found worth of 3 cents. Yeah, that's pretty much my history. Can't even open cases. Oh god. Well, it's actually, you're not losing anything, so don't worry about it. Meanwhile, towards the game, Ganginho. What the wow, is he losing? Jaboin actually spots the player wrong. This man is a god at the moment. He's just shutting everybody down. How does Ganginho lose that fight? The pick from Jaboin behind a box. That was lightning fast, but Ganginho definitely was supposed to have that fight. He was trained into that corner with that option, just pretty much waiting for him to pick. He sees a frame. But Jaboin, I'm not entirely even sure how he hit that shot. Jaboin is insane with that rifle at the moment. Some people are scary inside of the server. right, for a new round we go. What a round. Well, it's getting interesting at this point, especially on overpass. It seems like Astralis talent that's at least on their CT side. They have a very good understanding how to play this, and with the individual performance peaking, they're starting to hit some very scary, gnarly shots here. Already the execution coming. That's going to be, again, the same defensive smoke. They're going to be jumping through the smoke, but like I said, it gives a lot of space for the CTs to work with. Tops just get one before he goes down, but Sangal very actively hunts a kill with that Tech 9. Meanwhile, Kier, through the smoke, drops Sangal. They have to be aware of the player very close to the CT spawn at the moment. They're not going to walk in front of that crosshair. For short, off he goes. Kerr. Archer is going to be spotted a little bit sloppy. Does get the kill. Linus spots the player from heaven. The push coming in. AK is going to be the one to lead with the way, and Sangal finally finding a round. And to be honest, when you see the smoke popping in front of the Toxic, that's exactly how you're supposed to play it. Just jump through. The more time you play behind it, or of course with the new change in CS2, you can actually blow out the smoke. But the issue with that is that you have to actually use utility while moving around towards the side. So what a lot of teams enjoyed doing was pretty much flashing behind the smoke and just popping through it. That is a good way to play it. Now to the next round. Astralis Talento. Looking very good on their CT still. They can go for a full buy, no problems there. Meanwhile, Sangal already with a round. But the question is, can they actually chain some rounds together? That could be the best option for them to turn this best of 3 around. Still posting in the smoke. Kanginho. The first one to be tested. Tops. Molly's monster at the perfect timing. The utility usage from the side of Astralis, even the information is very good. You can actually even post on top of the barrels. That nade is just gonna hit the player like a Pokemon ball. Does a lot of damage even through the smoke, even a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure how they are alive. Trying to get the control back, even a smoke towards Banana. They are hitting some shots through the smoke, but the problem is it doesn't matter. 35 seconds left on the board. At the site, quick trades coming in. Tops does stick around and stays alive, and it's a 3 versus 3. The push coming on towards the A side. 25 seconds left. They have to get into it and quick. And Croc still behind the smoke, just waiting for any of the mistakes so he can actually drop down the bomb. 18 seconds. Finally, the plant's coming in. Push. There's a little bit of a gap between the two smokes. Still watching towards long. Spots the player. Does a little bit damage. The push coming in through. Jiboen hits the no-scope. Croc still behind the truck. Spots the first player. Knows that he is either behind the boxes or towards long. And I think he knows. Axe Flood with 5 HP. And a Butterfly Emerald. To be honest, if Croc sticks to the defuse right now, the round is over. Axe Flood. It's done. In front of their eyes. The hopes get ripped away. Oh my god. Insane play. A great retake. And Astralis talent. On these last 2 maps, they have been looking like an entirely new team with a new attitude. Even taking a little bit of a timeout. I'm gonna wash my hands. BRB, I touched my feet a little bit too much. And we're back. Homie be touching his feet. What did he say? Yeah. No, the problem is that I was cleaning my house with some chemicals yesterday. And I'm walking without socks, so... To be honest, that's not a good idea. I need to get some socks. Well, it's okay. Meanwhile, backside of that smoke, anybody who wants to post behind it, we're gonna get a few surprises, but it seems like Sangal is reading the nades at the start pretty well. Not really taking that much damage from anything. It's more towards the mid-rounds where we see the problems. Meanwhile, Croc has been flashed to take a little bit of a peek towards that connector to gain some information, maybe even a kill. And Bowman starting off at the long line. Let's just get the trade. Meanwhile, Salsol from middle finds Croc, pushing up the connector. Just wear plastic bags if you don't have socks. I do have socks. It's not that I don't have socks. I hate using socks inside my house. I have like a laminate floor. I like the way it feels under my feet, you know? He'd be burning all his socks. No. My feet don't stink like that. I'm a clean boy. Meanwhile, B side has been pushed into, and Astralis talent opting in to go for the A side stack. And it's going to be the wrong call. So they're going to be pretty much just saving the weapons for the next round. And looking at the money, they should have enough money to buy decently well. All right. Trash talents. Now the question is, how many rounds can Sangal produce in a row? Can someone explain what 3-2-2 means? It means mental issues. 2 rounds already at the board. And Sangal, if they actually manage just to find a few this round, they could actually get Astralis into a save loop. And looking at the money, they might actually gain a few rounds in a row after that too. That could be a potential 3. A way to step back into the game, well, directly. I'm still thinking about the fact as Valve did lower the amount of rounds to be played on the regulation. They should have done something to the economy as well. Because it's very easy at the moment to lock a team into a save loop. Especially if they're already down rounds. Because you would want them to gain more gun rounds in a way. If you're going to be lowering the amount of rounds in total. But, doesn't matter. Meanwhile, towards middle, Ganginho is going to be clearing from the boost first. After that, the push towards middle. Salsol is going to be the one to gain the upper hand on towards Kirk. And there is a little bit of a quiet time here as they have the first entry. Exactly what they need, and Astralis talent on the back foot towards that B side. They have to defend now. Yeah, it's from the Korean scene. Meanwhile, Ansk is going to be the one to actually get the kill. But there are sufficient kills to bring it back to a 1 versus 1 from short. Still, Ganginho has to walk in front of that bullet and a tap to the face. Astralis talent, they make it a 7. Where's Playmath? He stopped playing CS. He's playing Valorant at the moment. Nice. A timeout from the side of Astralis talent after winning a round like that. So maybe talk about a few connections at the start. So if they could actually fix those, the rounds are going to be a lot more easier and maybe even cleaner. Meanwhile, from the side of Sangal, They started out the round pretty well, gaining the first entry. The problem is the sloppy push towards the B side, of course, from beside Astralis talent, gaining a few shots at the start and being left in that 1 versus 1. Jeboin has been very crispy here throughout the game. So if there's anything that Sangal can change in some of those pushes, it's going to be welcomed in. Utility for the playground to get across. Sausal is going to be using that expensive smoke to gain a bit of control. And the problem is, this is exactly what I'm looking at the map. Even if they get the control, it is going to be pretty much off the base of that one smoke. And without a push from Astralis talent, that's just some utility being used that they could have used a little bit later on. Of course, they have enough to go for and execute. So at the end of the day, not the worst thing to happen. It is what it is. Yeah. The Korean scene back in the day. Insane. Didn't they have a lot of people throwing in StarCraft as well? Because they had like a rampant match fixing problem like across the Asian scene. And to be honest, I think they still do on CS. That's what I've been pretty much getting. But awkward. Meanwhile, utility being jucked towards the A side. That's going to be the execution. The whole line just running. And the push coming in from long. The only thing Sausal has to do is to peek at the perfect timing. Even if Kirk is actually holding that angle, he just gets annihilated. And Sangal on the brink of winning a very well-placed round here. And it seems like Astralis talent calling out for a save. Not really wanting to lose the economy warfare. An up fade on the hands of Jeboin. A beautiful. Mitä enää odotat? A round like that falls for the side of Sangal. So, finally, they are gaining some rounds on the T side, but I really do think that they need more. I have a feeling like that 4 could be the minimum. 5 could be something that they could actually work with pretty easily still. Of course, depends what kind of a CT side we're gonna get today. Already looking at Astralis talent's T side. They have been pretty on point so far. All right. From the boost. Husthölle. Not entirely sure what that means. Flash popping into his mid. Linus just trying to get some kind of a reaction from the CT side. And it seems like we actually have multiple boosts throughout the map at the moment. There is a boost towards the long at this point. And it's going to be dispersed, so the triple stack doesn't work. And right now, the first fight starts coming. Sausal actually wins 2 of them. That is going to be the way to gain the control of this one. If they lose this round, to be honest, looking at the Astralis talents economy, that's not going to be a lot to work with for the next round. X-Flood finds tops. That's going to be Gangino with the second kill as well. Or wait a minute, he only has 1. It's going to be Sausal with you, yeah. And a bullet to the back of the head. It's not going to actually hit. Sausal still limps away alive, and you get to see the reaction from the side of Sangal. They know exactly how important this op is. They're going to be hunting it down to the end of the earth. 1 tap to the body. Is it going to be the second one? The flick doesn't hit. That's the round. What the fuck? First shot from that scout doesn't really count. We haven't actually seen any scout action in a while. I'm not entirely sure who it was. It was a very sufficient player with the scout. Pretty much just, I think it was on Inferno that made a ridiculous highlight out of it. Drop pretty much every player. Headshot after headshot. On top of the boost, finds the head. That's gonna be Ganigino dropped, and Jibowen. Accurate. A bullet to the face. Through the smoke, a few bullets actually do connect. That's gonna be Youngstar to find it true. Linus with the second kill. Backside, a kill with that deagle could have been enough if he sticks alive. Sticks around alive, but the problem is he's going to be dropped. Croc actually gets a hold of that op. And X-Cloud finds Unsk. And Croc with an op has to go for the retake. Finds the first one, goes for the second one. The head gets popped off. Brings back the deagle. And in a 1 versus 1, can he actually do this? Linus goes for the stretch. And the op shot business. 7-5. Sangal, they managed to find some kind of a T side here at the end. And to be honest, 5 rounds, nothing to scoff at. Someone at the chat is very proud of himself at the moment. Good job, well read. And as we are going to be hopping into the second half. Don't go B. I love memes. And here we are. That was 5 rounds in a row from the side of Astralis Talent. Then, getting those extra true rounds in between those rounds. After that, it pretty much turns to dust. And it's always the hard question. Is this enough of rounds for them to win the CT side? Or for Astralis Talent to win on T? Jibowen with 14 kills, 6 deaths. That's a nice KD at the moment. 2 point, what is it, like 2.4? 2.3? Pretty nice. Meanwhile, Croc, 10-6. Not bad at all. And from the side of Sangal, it's been spread out throughout the 3 players that they have. Youngstar and Ganhino being a little bit more silent, I guess. Sometimes those few frags here and there could be enough. The question is it? And we are getting a little bit of a timeout here, it seems. Waiting for the server to be ready. Well, we have time. How are you guys today? How are you feeling? Seems like some kind of maybe the conflicts has been executed again. We are getting back to the rounds here. Players getting set on the server. I'm feeling decent, Mr. Caster. What abort you? Well, my mother didn't abort me because I'm here. I'm okay, dude. Having a good time at the moment. Enjoying life. Well, finally on our pistol. And time to check out what's about to happen. Push coming through. That's going to be Ans to spot out the first players. And Kabute, I'm going to give you one warning after that. It's just going to be a ban. Enjoy. Meanwhile, throughout the site, that is going to be the site actually fully gained, and Ganginho already tapped to the face.
Bomb has been planted.
Meanwhile, Sangal getting ready to retake the site. That's going to be the utility. Bombing, the nade. Oh, both of the players just pretty much running into bullets. And Astralis talent, they make this look easy on a retake. Every single player just getting destroyed on that push. Not given even a chance. That happened very quick. I think that was like inside of 3 seconds. Trying to go for the retake, just getting tapped. Le bully to their face. And up to a new round we go again. 8-5. With the first pistol. Now the question is, can they chain how many rounds in a row now? You can hear the MAC-10s just whizzing by. Not really hitting anything. Not really actually even finding any damage yet. Meanwhile, it's going to be a little bit of a stack from the bathroom. Anybody pretty much walking into the wrong spot. Might find a few shots from the USB. And if Croc, he sneaks this to perfection. Wait a minute, this might be a lot. Goes for the side of Croc. Goes for the first, second, third, and the push coming in. Kier actually takes the last 2 kills. And a quick round again. From the first kill to the last one, took less than 3 seconds again. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Might feel a little bit off that his teammate stole some of his kills. Now we are getting a new try here. So finally, guns being bought up. This is pretty much the same story that happened on Ancient so far. Similar scoreline as well. It seems like they're getting just outplayed here. Outmatched and outplayed. Push coming in towards the middle. They need a target. Something to shoot at. Meanwhile, from the side of Astralis talent. That's exactly what they're gonna get. The first kill on towards X-Flout is gonna be insane. Losing a little bit damage. Health. Doesn't really matter that much. Already the player through the truck. That angle doesn't play for Cure at all. So that's gonna be an easy kill for the side of Ganginho. But Jebowen with the trade. Keeps the numbers around. And alive.
Bomb has been planted.
And already you can just see from the side of Astralis talent, so far they haven't actually gone for anything ridiculous. Just slow plays towards the middle. Playing it off of connections. It seems to be working pretty well. Linus is going to find a kill on towards Ansk, pretty much walking into that corner, but it doesn't matter at the moment. They're just pretty much trying to hunt those weapons, if they can. Not to really throw that much dirt against the machine. But the more kills that they get, the better. And Astralis talent being gifted a 10th round already. And the issue here is if Sangal isn't actively actually holding any spots, the problem is when they give that much space for the side of Astralis talent, that might give them very awkward fights that we actually saw towards that A side. Caught off guard X-Flout so badly over there. And that's about to be a little bit of an issue here. Usually you see setups towards the middle, maybe even pushes from the CT side on A side, trying to keep the T's guessing as many times as they can. But the issue is when you start off the CT side with a very passive hold, with a very standard one as well. A team that definitely takes risks are going to be using that to their advantage. And you can see the result of that round. So now the question is, does Sangal learn something from this? Seems like they are going to be going a little bit closer to the middle this time around, using utility, even a burn behind the smoke. The Tower of Peak. Tower of Op. Salsol. Guessing a few shots through the smoke. That is almost correct. Meanwhile, X-Flout being active towards the connector. That seems to be working out well. Meanwhile, close to Monster. That's going to be the first kill from Tops. Even gets the second one on the spread. And through the wall, Ginho actually gets two. That's going to be good for him to keep that B side alive. It's a 2 versus 2, but it seems like they are going to be rotating towards the A side. And the player coming in from connector, Linus, has to be awake here. Does get the headshot on towards Kerr. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Pressure from middle, pressure from other spots than just at the site. And it seems to be enough to mess up the game plan from Astralis talent. And on top of balloons, Linus is gonna even find the last kill. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Sangal wishing to chain more rounds. And already the MP9 coming into play. Doesn't really see what to do at that point. Youngstar is going to be fully blind at that point. Salsa does get one before they actually get the side control. So he can actually still manage to fight for the second one. Expo does get one and drew out the smoke inside, actually behind. What is happening at the moment? It's a little bit of a too risky of a land at that point. Usually you'd like to see them fight for the side control before they actually go for a plant. They do get the money for the next round at least. The question is what kind of a economy they have. 2700, 3000. It's not going to be enough for a buy if they want to go for it. So maybe a half buy is what we are going to be seeing now. And the execution coming in. Xa. Sure, that's gonna be connector push. Tech 9's not really fun in the kill. X-Flout controlling that AK pretty well. 3 kills at the start. Gets the triple. And the Deagle can't manage to find a kill. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot that I did warn Kogao, so it's a full ban at the moment. Enjoy it. Have a good time. So, stop posting rounds. Shot from that up. Meanwhile, that's going to be Ansk left just with the Deagle. 5 players in front of him. And this one is going to be hard to beat. Gangino hits the last shot and even to the face. Makes it look easy and great. Timeout from the side of Astralis talent to figure out what's about to happen in this round. And the camera pan. Shows us a team that has to go for the attack. This time around with a full buy underneath their belts. The bad equipment has been fully stacked. Meanwhile, from the side of Sangal, economy starting to look pretty lively here. Even if they lose a round like this, they can actually buy for an next one, and even to the round after that if they want to. Depending how many weapons they save. Meanwhile, Astralis talent left with pretty much nothing in the bank after the buy, but they are starting to gain a little bit of a loss bonus here. And you can just hear the silence at this point. Neither of the players opting in for any of the pushes. A few taps from that AK, and Bowman starts off the round with a kill. Dropping down Linus, trying to hunt for that information. Gets cut off at the worst possible timing. Meanwhile, Kier finds the second one on towards Axcloud. Nice shot. Sangal, even through the door, getting a little bit damaged done, but so close to the short. When he hears that bullet, goes for the swing, and Jimboan gets outrun. And that is going to be... Wait, what the... Okay. Youngstar just pretty much turning up the heat. I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but Sangal. They turned that round around, and to be honest, looking at the score at the moment, especially with the money being saved, it's starting to look pretty good for the side of Sangal to bring this game back. Oh my god, a round like that is not supposed to be given away. And Astralis talent. So close to the taste. Astralis talent looking so good at the start here, but Sangal is starting to give us a little bit of a lifeline, I guess. Meanwhile, a few sloppy shots from those AKs, finally getting a few kills. The push to the side is working out, and Croc can actually plant the bomb, but needs help from his teammate. That nade is gonna be insane. Gangino finds one of the kills with the AWP. Croc with Jimboan drops players with those Deagle and Tech 9 combos. Gangino is very low in HP, still hits the no-scope, gets away almost. Croc! How many bullets do you need from an Deagle? Axcloud left in a 1 versus 1. Croc playing down the time. And at this point, We are just waiting for a move. Croc with the bomb. And now X-Flout seems to be thinking a little bit too much inside of his head. Smoke for the side is going to definitely give the sound cue for X-Flout. But it is a B-side play. And top of heaven, Croc is going to win this fight. Astralis Talent, they win their 11th. Oh god. Sangal coming so close in this round. Very close. Very close. But no cigar. There is a boost towards the player ground. Gunginho is going to be the one to drop the player trying to go for the peak. That's going to be Croc taking a bullet. Meanwhile, Linus pushing down the stairs, knowing that the push is coming from short. Oh, the whole push is just getting destroyed. It's not going to work out. Youngstar with Linus and Salsol holds down the push, and Jiboen left to wonder what is happening with his team. Suddenly, whatever they're going for just doesn't work. At least they got the win on the previous round to keep a little bit of a lead here. I'm actually casting in English. This is surprising me. The quick peek from that op doesn't work out, and X-Flout does find the last shot. It got tagged a little bit, so one round separates these two teams. And this is one of those volatile score lines that we usually get. Whatever happens can destroy the match at the moment. At Astralis Talent, the only thing they pretty much need is a round to at least bring this to an overtime. Sangal, if they get around and bring this to a tie, that could just destroy the momentum out of Astralis Talent. They only have a bye after that one, but of course they have kind of like two chances here until they're going to be onboarding Sangal with an overtime, or at least a map point. At least an overtime with a map point, sorry. Other way around. Brain is getting a little bit confused. This game is sucking my life force, and this is a first best of 3. We even have another game after this one. He was fake spawning. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's direct. I'm not. I don't even understand the logic behind it. Like, oh, I'm gonna post a score in the chat. Everybody likes me. No, no, no. You're not getting invited to parties like that. Bad boy. Guessing scores is okay. Hoping for scores is okay. Posting scores, not okay. So, meanwhile, there is a little bit of a boost here. Youngstar is going to be the 1-2. Actually gained the information out of... Wait a minute, where did they get that kill? It's from middle. First kill for the side of X-Flout to start off the round, to bring it a little bit closer to the 11th. Oh, that Glock is not going to find anything, even tops. A blender from short. No work. They get spammed. 11-11. And the timeout again. We have been getting many timeouts from both of the teams. And this is getting a little bit close. Interesting. And this is exactly what I was talking about. We're getting to that point where A round loss for either of the teams might reset the whole situation. And here we are with a buy underneath their belts, a full line of AKs on the CT side as well. Every single weapon from the enemy team has been brought back. I'm not entirely sure what to say. I don't even know for who the momentum plays at this point. It's like I said, literally, whatever team wins a round now might turn this around entirely. At this point, everything has been reset. The maps, the rounds, everything. Nade's being used towards the soft wall towards B side, trying to... If anybody's actually holding behind it, that nade bombardment usually gets a kill. Croc is going to be the one to lead the push from connector. Getting a little bit closer information. Does a lot of steps here. Ganginho can hear everything. 45 seconds left. A buff flash that doesn't really do anything. Pretty much just shows the trajectory where the player is at, but this is all a fake. The real push is going towards the B side. The bomb is going to be pretty much adjusted from Monster. The player from middle, Chiboen. Axflaw does find the kill on towards him, and just look at the reaction from the CT side. They're already rotating, and the push coming through. They are going to be getting the first kill off that defense, but the trades from Kier gaining 2 to open up the side. A 3 versus 3 behind the pillar. Tops gets the kill on top of the Heaven. That's gonna be Linus with the trade. A 2 versus 2 goes for the short fight. 10 seconds left, and he goes for the mop up. 12-11. Sangal leading after a long while. Bringing this game back. Astralis talent. They might be out of gas. They might be out of gas. The weaponry is starting to look a little bit shaky from the side of Astralis talent. Oh God. Meanwhile, and it's going to be the first entry from the side of Kier. Dropping the player even behind a pillar. Ganginho does get one in between, but the problem is no teammates to help. Sausal watching it from the gap. Kier does go through the smoke. Actually has a very good idea here how to gain that kill. X-Flop from the Heaven does get one. And Linus is going to help out his teammate. The push towards the side to bring it back is already going through, and Jiboen with a nice op shot gets the last 2 players, and we are going to an overtime. Like I said, whatever round goes through, it might reset the situation. This is just getting insane at this point. Even with the worst weaponry, a single push towards the B side works out well. Somebody went full ballistic in the chat. Many, many rounds. And it's 24 on the board. This is one of the longest games I think I've casted in a while. Already 3 hours. And it's still going. After the freeze time, finally we are going to be seeing what they're going to go for. Sorry, Caster, for the ballistic behavior. No, it's okay. It's your chat. Do whatever you want. As long as you go by the guidelines, everything is okay. Utility being used. That's going to be the pop flash for middle. Bowen will be the first one on the line. Actually gain the control here, I guess. And the silence. So much control being already gained. Xlove with the kill. Meanwhile, Jaboni is going to get the trade on the Linus. So the player who didn't actually have anything to do with the player loss is going to be the one to find a bullet. Meanwhile, Angst from Monster is going to be opening up that first kill towards the side. Even gets the second one. Angst doing such a great work at the moment, but Sausal is going to go for the kill. If he actually spots the bomb, he might actually get a lot of information here. Yes, that's exactly what's about to happen, but Croc quickly on that trade wipes the hopes and dreams away. Questionable situation, I guess. Faded coming back into the game. That's gonna be a quick kill from the side of Gangino. No scope for the side. Wait a minute, Sangal! He makes this a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 1. And from the upper portion of that side, the push coming in, he can actually win this fight. The only thing he has to do is just play time. He doesn't need a scope. A tap to the face. That op play goes to the round of Sangal playing it so well, I have to say it. What a beautiful, beautiful play. What a play. Middle peak coming in from Xfloud. Oh god. Meanwhile, from long, Ginho is just pretty much continuing where he was left off. Again, gets the... well, at least gets the trade. It seems like he's being very active here. With that rifle, of course. A little bit under deficit on the kills, but starting to look pretty good on the overtime. So as long as he keeps this up, meanwhile, from Connector, wait a minute, Linus just pretty much launches into the duel, but Chunkstar saves him out of that one. And that is going to be Astralis just stumped on this round. Only if Sangal had this before. Oh god. Sangal with 2 rounds in a row, and to think about the fact that he actually pulled out a 1 versus 4. That is nightmare fuel. Astralis talent going through trauma at this point. Not entirely sure what to say. Or if they even have a coach. What can I actually even say in a spot like this? Oh my god. Well, technical pause. Maybe somebody punched the table. Spilled some drinks on the table as well, maybe on the keyboard. I love that somebody said lacking talent, with or without Xipnik stars, device or whoever. You said lacking talent that you decided to go with Xipniks. Okay. In 2024. Alright. Okay, boy. Well. For the last round in the first half of this overtime, we're going to be hopping into. Got Ginho with the pixel angle here. Pretty much just holding. If anybody wants to turn the color of that background, you can just go for the pull of that trigger. Meanwhile, Axe Float has the information off the second spot. So they can actually bait each other pretty well here. That's going to be the first frag. Goes for the second one as well. Bowen has the corner. He has to be a little bit careful here how he wants to play it at this point. Goes for the second kill. That's going to be the molly to help him out with the shot as well. Ansk. Let's get the drop on towards Youngstar, but the problem is the quick trade from Salsal brings this to a mad advantage, and it is a 3-round straight from the side of Sangal. Here on the first overtime, the only thing they need is just a round to turn this around. Lamau Gege! Alamau! So close. Lamau. Well, well, well. I'm just wondering at the moment if we get another series like this, I'll be casting throughout the night. These are supposed to be my 2 free days. I was supposed to have a vacation today and yesterday. Well, I've been working for pretty much 2 months straight now. That's kind of cool. Here comes the money. Wait a minute, at what time does the other game start? Let's get some information quickly. Caster, can you run us through what is it like to cast, be a caster, work hours, etc.? Well, it's very flexible. To be honest, we are given time. For example, it starts now, but after that, you have no idea when it ends. Sometimes it might actually even start a little bit earlier, depending what kind of a show they want to do. So, and not just with this firm, with other firms as well. It's just because the games are very flexible. You have no idea when they can stop. If it's a 1-mapper, 2-mapper, 3-mapper, a best of 5 can last from 6 hours to 3 hours. So, very hard to have a schedule for that. Meanwhile, throughout the round already, B-side has been kind of punched in. Sangal is going to find the kills to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. So at least that is going to be an extra kill for the side of Ginho. And just 2 kills away from turning down this map. Looking very questionable at the start, but for some reason, Sangal, they just turn it around from short care. Quick kill on towards Ginho, so the bomb doesn't get planted. Meanwhile, close towards the water, Linus with 4 HP. Has to do something incredible, but the problem is a bullet from anywhere is going to be enough. And Kira is going to be the one to give it to him. How do you get into casting? It looks like a really fun job if you work your way through it. Well, you kind of have to... You can cast games on your own channel. For example, you can hop into ECA or stuff like that if they need a caster and they want those games to be casted live. And from there, if you do good enough a job, some of the studios will actually contact you, or you can actually send some clips to the studios from Twitter, etc. That's pretty much where I'm at the moment. And yeah, to be honest, on the Finnish scene, I got scouted, so I never actually had to apply anywhere, which was kind of weird. Yeah. So, close connector fights coming in from Kier. Dropping down Youngster at the start. Good frag. Yeah, you gotta be honest with yourself with this job. You have to be one of the best to survive, that is true. Yes, this is not a job where it is all fun and games. Like, I'm gonna tell you guys directly, in most of the workplace I've been, usually 20% of the people does the work of 100% of the people. So 80% of the people are pretty much just useless. You can just pretty much fire them. In casting, it's not like that. the problem is you're in front of an audience. You mess up once, everybody knows. So. And you kind of have to get better all the time. Meanwhile, a push from Sangal. A little bit sloppy behind the Molotov tops with two beautiful frags to end the push. Even through the smoke, gets the headshot with the deagle. And Sangal a round away from giving Astralis talent a comeback that they needed. One round separates these two teams. And if Astralis Talento, they manages to break this into an overtime number 2, I'm not entirely sure for who the momentum plays. Sangal with a broken buy, a few AKs. We actually do see an op there, so it is a full buy in a way. Let me actually check it out. Actually, they get the full equipment as well, so it's good. That's cool, cool, cool. So, can you answer the kind of way you are paid? Usually I get paid by maps at the moment, but past it was per day. Double stack towards the connector. So usually you get paid day rates. So especially if it's LM based. Quick peek from Youngstar. I'm not entirely sure what Cure was looking at, but for some reason he was watching the wall. And that's the perfect timing for Youngstar to go for the pick. He's going to be getting nice entry. Dropping, actually getting the bomb. I'm not entirely sure if he's looking for some utility to maybe fake off that B side. Seems like they are going to bring the bomb even actually closer towards the B side as the door is open. They can silently drop towards the short. And as there is just a single player watching it from the soft wall, this could be exactly the round they need. Push coming in short, needs to be activated. That's going to be tops, he needs more. The problem is the quick trade from Youngstar is going to be exactly what they need to open up the side. Now it's on to a retake. 24 seconds left on the clock. The burn for the side actually misses, so you can't go for the plant. And the beautiful nade on top of the player, and almost goes down, but the beautiful shot coming in from Alex brings it back to a 3-on-3. The problem is the HP. Astralis talent don't have a lot to play around with. Croc from on top of the heaven gets dropped by Ganginho. A good shot from that off. And close angle, a tap to the face. Southall around and a kill away are going to be winning the 16-14. They managed to turn this around. And Astralis talent, after looking so good, so amazing, they just can't hang. What a comeback from the side of Sangal, losing their own map pick, making it look very good at the start here on Anubis. And at the end of the day, we were kind of speculating that their overpass is not going to be great, but somehow they do turn it around. And I have to say, that was awesome. Great gameplay, amazing moments, and even a little bit heartbreaking for some of the fans. But hey, that's CS. Astralis talent, they do drop down from this, I think it was Group B at the moment, so they're going to be dropping down, which means that Sangal, they do find one more lifeline to go against either the winner of Espionage or Permitta. We're going to take a little bit of a break, hop into the next best of 3, which is Espionage versus Permitta. Welcome back to the studio, and I hope you're having a beautiful day as we are going to be hopping into the second best of three, which will be Espionage versus Permitta. Yes, well, I was about to say this wrong tournament, but that's okay. EPL Division 2 Season 15, to let the title fool you, will be starting in a bit of the second best of three will be starting in about a second. We're just pretty much waiting for the players to join the server, and here you can see Permitta's roster at the moment: Bnox, Mast, Morels, Veggie, and Mary, pretty much with a full stacked lineup. And you can see Espionage equipped with Quest, Lucky, Cabby, Iceberg, and a Mister. So an ex-Astralis talent player, even with a new shirt on, looks kind of cool. And this will be the two teams going ahead each other. Hopefully to our advantage. We can actually see some of the map picks in about a second. So Permitta has been a team that pretty much bounced out of nowhere. The Polish scene looking very good at the time. So we are finally getting a few teams out of there. And you can see that Anubis Inferno get actually banned. It's going to be Nuke and Overpass that gets played. Mirage Vertigo as well. And if we need a decider, it's going to be at Ancient. So it feels like we are casting the same maps again and again and again, but it's okay. Which means that at least we are going to see a new map here on Nuke, and that's going to be insane. I actually want to see what kind of a gameplay we're going to get from Nuke. Are we going to get some very quick calls, or is it going to be very, well, one-sided? I'm not entirely sure. We're about to swap into the server in about a second, or actually right now, which means that we get to start. Espionage here starting on the T side, and Permitta on their own map pick. Or sorry, Espionage's map pick. Get to start on the CT side. I see my brain is a little bit jumbled up at the moment. Sorry for that, boys. A little bit of a offset start there. But we are about to make it better. Meanwhile, Cabby already running outside Morels with the dualies. Dropping two players at the start. That's going to be Morels being dropped for, but Masters get the trade. But Nox from the backline drops one. So at least basically a pretty clean round for the side of Permitta. Up to a new round we go. And at the base of this buy, Espionage not even getting close to the bomb site. They're not going to be investing any more money for this round here. Pretty much just letting it be. And already outside push has been dismantled. Even a player behind the vent. One tap to the face from that Glock gives them a kill. And that's the round. All right. Weaponry on the board. Espionage could actually finally start to get around here. Let's see what kind of a T-side they're going to post for us. Just going for the standard hold at the start. Meanwhile, Permitta from outside, behind a red. Getting a little bit more control towards the outside portion of the map. Iceberg has to be careful when he's starting to push here. And they seem to be rotating the bomb a little bit closer. Seems like the secret is the way. Hop from main. Still holding. That smoke is going to cover up. And the timing is just a little bit off. True between the pay layers. The bullet goes. Morals does find the first kill on towards Mister. But quick trade. And even through the smoke, Iceberg finds Mast. Keeps the numbers alive pretty well too. Slowly but surely. Getting control from the vent. Duels down, not really working out for them. Espionage only left with a player here. And Permitta already starting off with a very good defense. Wait a minute, this is just shooting calorie. It's a quick trade. After the time. He does get the kill, but Espionage, they make that a round. How does Permitta throw this round away? A 1 versus 3, just bullet taps coming in. And hitting shots after shots. Just look at this one. Behind the site, 14 seconds. There's definitely not enough time to go for the plant. And Binox deciding to go for the full spread. Gets shot down before he gets the kill. Only if he actually stuck behind the box, he wins that round. Oh god, Permitta. Happened so casually as well. Well, Iceberg. And Veggie. With a kill. That's going to be Mary posting one more on top of the board. Espionage, after a round like that, they're pretty much just giving it away. And the aggression from the side of Permitta. He's just gaining them a kill after kill. Into a little bit of an awkward spot. It gets sticked as the bomb drops to worse. The lobby, and it's been posted with 2 players. It's going to be nearly impossible to get it. Nice round from the side of Permitta. Answering back directly after a round like that. And that's where it is. New attempt. It seems like they are going to be pushing from outside again. Just clocks this time around. Maybe a kill or 2 could be enough, but it's going to be hard from some of these angles to try to even get anything done. Inside the smoke. And outside spray coming in. They get a kill on top of Jacabi. That's going to be Mister with the second one. Okay, these clocks are getting a little bit out of hand now. Well, finally they do shut it down. And it seems like every round, Permitta are saving like 3 players to their next round. Which is great for their money at least. But the issue is we haven't really seen a full round from the side of Espionage, finally. After a few rounds of probing and checking what kind of a hold they might have, I'm actually starting to get ready for the tactics of the game. If we're gonna see anything insane by now. Starting off utility. And from the side of Permitta, it seems like their protocols at the start of the round is pretty okay. Mary, even through the smoke, finds Gabby. At the start, Bonox is going to be the one close to the hut, just pretty much holding, and they have so much control throughout the round with the first kill. And a player very deep inside the hut. It's getting into a little bit of an awkward spot for the side of Espionage. Through the smoke, not even a single bullet from the M4 hits, and they're gonna get the trade into a little bit of an awkward spot there, I guess. Iceberg actually gets the kill on towards Morels. Now, even with the control from lobby, it doesn't really matter at the moment. 4 versus 3. And finally, the reaction for the lower side comes in. But the problem is, Espionage, they have gained a lot of map control now. And even kills Mr. Drops the lower player. That's going to be Binox at least dropping 1 before they get the full side control. And from here, Lucky even answers back with 1. And this has to be pretty much just the stale round for the side of Permitta. Starting it off pretty well. The problem is going for the full spray outside. Of course, he doesn't know it. But it seemed like the player outside had a little bit of a better angle for that warehouse. So getting fully wrecked in that exchange. It's going to be giving the lead back towards Espionage. And I think it was Iceberg just pretty much running the kill. Just running and gunning. The kill from Secret. Which pretty much opens up the whole map for them. And at that point, Permitta, they don't really know how to react to what's been happening. You can see them just struggling to buy. They can go for the buy now. It is not going to be perfect, but on a map like this, MP9s definitely are good weapons. But more on towards the side of Permitta. They really want to... It seems like they have felt the urge to fight outside every now and then. Mask is actually going to go for the deep peek with that op towards the hut. Already lobby control. Anybody who wants to take a peek here are going to be surprised. Op shot through the cracks. That's going to be Cabby. Getting a bullet to the face. Already gained access towards the heaven. Now the question is, from this boss, what do they want to go for? There's a lot of control, even towards the A side. Oh god, this might actually punch them in the back. Stop spots the player on the side. That's just going to be massive and drop. I'm not entirely sure how they got through the cracks. Maybe a little bit of a timing there. But the bomb is definitely going to be planted towards the A side. And this just leaves Permitta into a save. No real reason to even go for it anymore. At this point, just stop. Few shots from that M4. Not really connecting, so Veggie drops. One more weapon being taken off the board.
Terrorists win.
And into a 4-3 situation we drop. It seems like Permitta that they still want to go saving those 2 M4s, sorry, MP9s. And with 3 USBs left on the board, they might want to do something crazy here. USB is going to be the one to actually mark the first kill. Push coming in, he does dink Gabby, but the problem is getting a kill from that angle is going to be very hard. Mass does actually get the kill with the USB though, so at least they drop a player to make them know there's still a MP9 in the game, or else they go down with it already. And Iceberg records Lucky. This is the way to go. Live for the side of Permitta. And an aggressive push towards the door. Waiting for it to be blown up. And Quest, if he goes for the peek, he might actually find a bullet. That's exactly what he's gonna find. Masked with a nice shot to start off the round. Meanwhile, inside Hot Cabby gets ready for the entry. Masked does find the second kill of the round. Iceberg has been dropped. A few bullets whizzes by Lucky. With that AK, he'll be on to the player. Lower side seems to be the target. And a Molotov for the dark room there. Meanwhile, Cabby already leading the push. That's going to be Lucky with a nice shot onwards Masked, so at least a player gets dropped, even through the smoke, trying to make some plays. Mary gets caught off. Mister gets the second kill, and now Permitta. The two-man lead that they had, they pretty much gave it back, and now they have their two-man lead of their own. But Nox at least gets a kill. But at this point, it was the round that they wanted. And that's not what they're gonna get. Espionage. 5-4, a one-round lead on their own map pick. Timeout which is needed from the side of Permitta. Starting off this map very well. And to be honest, they're still getting entries and good situations. The problem is, there seems to be a call at the end of the game where they usually lose those frags. And the control of the rounds. Why do emblems of the teams go on fire? The idea is that when they're on a win streak, it pretty much is that's the reason. So when I think it's 4 rounds in a row if you win, you get a flaming logo. All right. Iceberg with a nice entry again, Permitta. With a low buy this time around. Iceberg is going to be pretty much pushed inside the wall, but don't corner a beast, as he's going to get a little bit clawy. Hitting that shot again, looking very good. They're not going to give those weapons for free. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for a Permitta Twitch guy to be here too. A little bit of a shame. Maybe he's watching the majors, I'm not sure. Meanwhile, backside kill Iceberg with 4. Of course, a little bit of a cheaper round. So not the end of the world, though. Fnatic or Koi? Koi has been a very good team so far. Kind of surprising me in some of the games. Fnatic already is a map up though. Wait a minute, they're actually a map down. But now they're heading into their own map. I'm not actually entirely sure. For the first time in a while, the scene is a little bit, well, jumbled up into a spot where pretty much anybody can win anybody, so... But Fnatic is supposed to have the superior veteranship, so maybe that's gonna step into the game. But the Spanish teams are known for being pretty good. I don't know, dude. I'd like to say Koi. I'd almost go with Koi. Meanwhile, in our own game, Secret has been pushed. A bit of a hard spot for Permitta to focus on at the moment. Do they have a player close? No. Only a player watching the cross, nothing else. That's going to be Veggie. If he goes for the peak, might fight a bullet to the face, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Veggie gets entry quickly. That's going to be at least Mary with Mask get those actual defending kills, but it's going to be Cabby with the second one. But Nox gets one more on top of the board, and now Espionage, in a horde and in a rock in a hard place. They could actually plant the bomb inside the smoke. Cabby does get one more to bring it back to 2 versus 2, and Mask, if he goes for a peek here, the barrel has been shown. He has to be careful, and Lucky from the back lines plays it like a fine wine. And even from the close angle, but Nox, I'm not entirely sure how Permitta gave that lead away again. All right. Nice nades outside. Getting a kill with that. Meanwhile, from the cross, Mats does drop one, but the quick trade from Mr. gains them a man advantage for the side of Espionage. A few silent moments. Veggie does get the drop on to Lucky. And another 2-on-2 actually unfolds now. A few shots. It's gonna be the smoke for main. They can actually gain free access to either to the lower side or upper, but finally dropping down the vents, and Mr. is going to be pretty much just holding. If anybody wants to actually go behind them, anybody wanting to go after them, might be in trouble. Veggie left to retake from the ramp. Gets spotted. A bullet actually hits his shoulder. Doesn't go down, but the second shot is going to be towards the head. And Quest rips the hopes away with Mr. 8-4 on the T side of Nuke, dominating Permitta at this point. Of course, we do have the second map, which is Permitta's own map pick, so it's definitely not done yet. But so far as it comes to their own map pick, it's looking very good for the side of Espionage. Now, a quick end for the next map, if they win the pistol. If not, they can actually start to post out some gun rounds and just have a good save. Meanwhile, from the side of Permitta, they kind of need the pistol round and a few rounds after that just to even talk about a comeback. They have to do all of that on the T side of their own enemy's map pick. All right. Round starts. And it's going to be Iceberg outside, taking information on whatever helps on top of that silo. Meanwhile, Mr. from inside actually gets 2 kills. That's going to be Mariam Mask with their own But Iceberg, through the smoke, finds 2 kills, 2 headshots. I'm a little bit questionable how, but he decides to push it through it. Gets the full triple kill. And makes it look easy. A round worthy of a clip. And Espionage already at their first round. Looking very sick. Counter smokes from both of the sides. There's a little bit of a gap being left. Sometimes you can actually see the T's trying to push through it. And actually the push coming in from Hut. Not actually waiting for anybody to be on top of the Hut with that Molotov, but works out. Permitta trying to use that Molotov for the execute with Espionage. They just pretty much lock it down. Easy comes, easy goes. And here we are. Gabby starts off with 2 kills. Morels and Mary being dropped, and it's starting to look like Nuke. It's just a wash of a map. That's nothing has pretty much gone after the first few rounds to the way of Permitta. Just getting absolutely stomped here. Nice shot from Mister. And the second one from Iceberg. This is just a shooting gallery at this point. Like a little bit of a deathmatch server. Hopefully we can get Permitta to wake up. And at least for map number 2. Espionage definitely looking like a superior team here on Nuke. Not letting them even catch a break. First line of utility being used again. And it's going to be the Molotov for the push. So the second the first line of utility is being thrown, Mister can actually drop that molly. That's going to play a few seconds off the clock to give them a little bit more of a better bearing. Front off the squeaky. Iceberg. Gets into a little bit of a better spot here. At least this might not go to throughout the night. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. The last time was kind of hellish. Yeah, it is what it is. And that's going to be the first line of push. MP9 works to a crisp. Tech 9's actually even being brought up. Mister still holds the side with the pistol. And that's just gonna be the rest of the mobs coming in from Lucky and Icebergs. 12 on the board per meter. Getting spanked out of Nuke. Not even with a lot to do here. Nice peek from the site. Mary does actually hold down. I'm not entirely sure what his... I think his teammates was trying to peek what's happening towards this main. So if anybody walks, he can actually get a quick kill there. Nice entry. The entry conversions into round wins usually has been pretty much 70%. So let's see if they can actually manage to win this round. Meanwhile, from outside, a nice peek coming in. Drops one of the players in between. Behind the CT box. It was Gabby trying to go for a cheeky kill there. And the push coming in from the backside. Mast has to be careful. Gabby has been overrun. Goes for a little bit of a stressful peek there. And Veggie also gets one. Veggie 18. And a push coming for Heaven. Smoke on top of it to clear it off. It seems like Permitta, at least they're gonna win a round. It is going to suck their whole life form. But at least they are going to be winning a round. Well, well, well. Map point. Still for the side of Espionage. So, pretty much they're gonna just need one round. Meanwhile, Permitta, and they have 7 rounds to do it. That is gonna be wild if they actually come back to this game. I don't really see a way, but of course anything is possible. We have seen crazier stuff. Quick utility has been set up. The idea is to drop as many flashes as they can, so when they are going to be rushing towards that A side, it's just going to be a wall of flashes, which is supposed to give them the better chance to go for those peaks. A lot of nades been dumped in towards the hut, but nice kill from Veggie. Wait a minute, why is Iceberg just standing there? Even goes for the third kill. That's going to be amazing to open up the A side. Iceberg just pretty much watching him into his soul. And Permitta at least getting one more round on the board, making this look just a little bit more competitive. That's the round there. 6 on the board. Permitta looking barely decent here.
Terrorists win.
Well, well, well. Doors being broken. Op shot misses Lucky. Almost hits that shot. Not actually that too far away. It's just going to be the hero op from Lucky. Used to play the op role for Astralis for a little while. Until Glaive took the role for some reason. And actually did win a tournament with it, so respect to the man. Or actually, not winning the tournament, but doing very well with it. Eagle shots finally starting to land. It seems like we are getting closer to the end of this game. There is still a little bit of a chance. Lucky. With his op still posting towards main. Flash in front of him. Sees the cross, and they know that it's pretty much going to be a lower side push. On top of the side. Oh god, Quest does find the kill on towards Mary and Mast. In a 1 versus 3. Let's get the bomb down to the floor, but now it's all in the air. Has to go for this raw fight. And the push coming in is going to be faking the door and a triple hold. And the round is done. Espionage to 13-6. Shut down Permitta's dreams and hopes. And it seems like after a game like that, that is just insane. How they pretty much just destroyed them. Well, of course, it is Espionage's own map pick, so at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. We still have a second map that we are going to be hopping into, which will be Ancient. So, after Ancient, we're gonna get the truth, who's gonna win the game and who's not, or if it's gonna actually go turn map. Maybe. We're gonna see everything in about a second. Let's take a little bit of a break. After that, hop back in here when we're ready and check out what's about to happen. Hopping into overpass. And Permitta, after a little bit of a stop here on Nuke, we finally get map number 2. That is their own pick, and to be honest, to see Espionage play this map, the question is, are we going to be getting a 2-0 or a stomp to the other way? Map number 3 would be awesome. First peek from Gabby, quickly opens up the round. And Espionage opening up this game pretty well. Round number 2. Sorry, map number 2. Working out very well. A few taps from that USB. Back shots, of course, Mast is going to get tagged down just a little bit. Mast is going to be the one to actually try to hold down the push. Meanwhile, Cabby with Mr. shutting down the site. And already Espionage with the first round on the board.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And around we go. Lucky equipped with an op this time around. Holding down the little crack towards middle. Mary is going to be jump spot in middle. Off the base of that bomb plan for on the next last round, they can actually buy up pretty decently into this round. It's going to be Galil's and a scout. Meanwhile, 2 M4s up and 2 MP9s for the side of Espionage. They might want to go for some quick duels here at the start. Not really getting that many chances to do stuff here. Op peek for long. Doesn't really spot anybody. A very slow round from the side of Permitta. You can see for some reason Espionage, they decide to go for almost a little bit of a rotation. I think that smoke calls them back. And already, Permitta getting into a little bit of a better spot to push in towards that A side. Minute 20 played off the clock already. There's a lot of time being spent. And now the execution is coming in. The flashes, counter flashes, everything is about to happen in about a second. Beautiful entry from Becky. That MP9 from long range is going to find one. Almost goes for the second one. USP coming in. An iceberg. Finding those kills and giving Quest a chance to push from the back lines. It is Friday. Welcome to the stream, Weezy's. How you doing, sir? And what a shutdown for a round like that. That was a buy round from Permitta as well. Espionage managing to read that round pretty well early on. Almost going for the stack for the B side. That could have been a little bit of a mistake, but at the end of the day, deciding to stick around is going to be the right option. Doing good, brother. How are you? At the moment, very well. I haven't been streaming for a while, but casting a lot lately. Trying to hone my craft, if you know what I mean. But it's nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome, Wizzy. Meanwhile, off to a new round we go. That's gonna be a first kill of the round, but Nox already dropped. This is just pretty much just a pistol round for the side of Permitta. With a few upgrades, of course. Mr. taps the face. Lasers it down to go for the... Actually gets him in the second kill onto his mast. And already with 2 players left, not even a single damage being done towards the CT side. And a perfect round. Mr. only taking 49 damage. Sorry, yeah, what am I saying? 39 damage. Calculations got Thrown off. Almost a perfect round. Well, new attempt, I guess. But Nox opening up the kill towards Gabby. First time. Finally, an entry that works for the side of Permitta without a trade. It's been a little bit slow here on the T side. And a push from Banana is going to be gaining weight for the side of Morels to get a little bit closer to the side. Meanwhile, Lucky cutting off the push. So, if they're not actually going to be gaining anything... Oh, Lucky is actually going to back off from here. So, for a second there, I actually thought he was going to be holding middle. But he doesn't have the information. I'm not sure if he spotted the players. Running back to the side is going to be a mistake. Oh, God! What confusion from the side of Espionage. Lucky. Big mistake without any information, feeling confident. And he can rotate like that. And to be honest, Espionage giving a lot of space for the enemy team to go for whatever they want. And a round like this pretty much just gets thrown away. They are going to be trying to save those weapons for the next round, which is going to be the best possible option after a start like this. And off to a new round we go. Off the basis of that save on the last round, they can actually buy up pretty decently into this round. Actually, got a full buy. Really not missing anything. Now more on towards the second round. Mistakes like that can't happen again. I do understand the fact that they lost the first player pretty early on. They just can't give that much space for them to push that close to the site without any counter plays. Already a ding at the start of the round, but it gets pretty much standardized here. A few shots through the plywood. Not really hitting anything. The plank strikes strong. By the way, what is vaneri in English? Give me a second. It's sheetwood or something like that. Well, Mary is going to be funding the first kill towards the toxic barrels there. That's going to be a good entry for them. But Mr. is going to be plywood. It's actually plywood, yeah. It's going to be the one to get closer control. Lucky does get to drop one with the off. That's going to be a beautiful shot. Actually goes for the second one towards the monster. Reads the player. Lucky from heaven drops it down. And Cappy with a triple kill. They retake the site. No! What a play from Espionage. And the smoke plays work out to a T. Not even leaving a question. Can they actually retake a round like that back? That has to be a flashy, well, nightmare field for the side of Permitta at this point. Clean round from Espionage. Well played. To be honest, that's a little bit of a surprising spot to be at. For if you were Permitta at that point, you're not really guessing anybody to be so close to the smoke already. That's a surprising play coming in from Cabby, using every second for his advantage. Meanwhile, already at the start of the round, losing 2 players. Also, basis of the fact that they won the last round like that, Mr. at least brings it back to just a one-man disadvantage. And Mask has been pushed away with that Molotov. So at least a little bit ground has been gained, but it's not definitely enough to feel comfortable in a round like this. More is needed. More is better. Nice shot from Cabby. The only issue is that he already lost his teammate. For him to go down at that spot, it's going to be one of the worst outlines for a round like this. So, Permitta in a very good position to win this round now. And the silence takes a hold of the server. A nice start, but a little bit of an abrupt ending.
Terrorists win.
And here we are. And a nice time out here to talk about for what kind of a play they want to go for next. Still a buy from the side of Espionage. They even actually send me that off for the next round. That's going to give them a little bit of a chance here. Permitta with 2 rounds on the board, but they had to fight for them pretty roughly too. So, on the CT side, still hoping to gain as many rounds as they can. Could be the right option. Already backing off from that spot, Lucky. Just leaving middle alone. Feels the urge to already rotate towards the B side. I'm not sure entirely where the call is coming from, but it seems like they have spotted something across the map. Looking at the damage being done towards Espionage. Iceberg very low on damage on HP, and as so is Mister. I think it was the double nades coming in. That gives him a very good call-off for this round. Tries to go for a few pop shots through the plywood there. Now the execution's coming in. That's going to be, oh, a lot of damage done. Mister does get the kill before he goes down. That's going to be Lucky with 1, and Lucky with the second one with the deagle. Gets the third one as well. Still fighting. And Morels alone in a 1 versus 2. Drops the smoke for the side. Already a player down. He has to go from the plant. 14 seconds left. He can't really play around with this one. And through the smoke, Cabby finds the player, and it's done. Espionage on the brink of losing a round like that. They do win it and bring it to a 5. Wiz is asking me, have you been playing CS lately? No, actually no. I haven't played CS for like 3 weeks now. I was thinking about like after the new patch, a lot of people have been telling me that it feels a lot better, a lot smoother. One of the problems that I had why I stopped was that it felt like you had to go for insane peaks all the time. So my style of CS doesn't work on the last patch, but apparently they fixed it somehow. So I'm kind of intrigued about trying the game again. I'm not entirely sure when, so. What's the score on the first map? If I remember correctly, it was 13-6. Something like that, 13-6. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna hit the gym after this one too, so. There goes my holidays, or 3 days. Vacations being spent. Okay. Espionage already starting to stack rounds to the board. A little bit of a spray. Not really connecting into anything. Binox is going to be the one to actually lead this push through the monster. They have to be careful. Those flashes coming a little bit too late. Already the blender starting to turn on. And not a single kill for the side of Permitta, trying to get through the monster, just getting blended up like a smoothie. And Mast. Oh, he's having some tough words in the Discord at the moment. Just wondering what's happening at the moment. How are they reading every single play? It's just being so ready for them. This is their own map pick as well. Mast only gets that one single kill. Gets dropped immediately afterwards. What a play from Espionage. Actually reading that push, not really turning around, not playing anti-flash as they usually are supposed to. So they can actually spot the first player through the smoke. And just letting it rip. After the first kill, crosshairs to the smoke and let it go. Astralis talent played well today. Yeah, they played well. Came very close, but Sangal was just a little bit better at the end. To be honest, we have Astralis versus Sangal was one of the most exciting games in a while. The first map was a little bit of a blunder, but the second map and the third map, those were good. Like, great entertainment value, to be honest. And even when the major was on, we had like 1.2k viewers, which is pretty good, I have to say it. So that's kind of cool. Mister finding the first entry, that's going to be lucky as well with Cabby. Already, kills being spread across the board. Cabby with the second one. Cabby has been a pretty decent player throughout the map. 11-3. And he's been very impactful throughout the rounds. Just posting numbers again and again. Espionage. Well, they definitely woke up to play today. I might need to cut my hair today. I'm just thinking about it. Should I go for it or not? Maybe hop into the saloon. After that, to the gym. Actually, I'm gonna ask my friend what he's about to do. Yes, I have friends. It's insane, isn't it? That's going to be Mary. Starting off the round with a kill. Second one towards the middle. Oh, he's taking charge at the moment. He's getting a little bit frustrated with the situation. Doesn't want to see any more rounds being spent. Those two entries definitely are going to be opening the way for the side of Permitta. Meanwhile, Iceberg brings one of those frags back into a little bit of a doable round now. Yeah, I enjoy it, to be fair. Nice. So, Civigle, as long as you enjoy it, that's why we do it. Meanwhile, a full stack towards the B side. Now it's on to Permitta to try to read if it's a very deep A side hold or a full stack towards the B. And of course, they have to probe. The problem is they might risk a player while doing it, so they might actually want to go for a little bit of a risk here. Even a Molotov used for long, and you can see finally the crosshairs starting to be a little bit confused. Permitta, with 35 seconds left, that one Molotov could actually fake out long pretty well, depending what they want to do. As long as they stay silent towards the B side, utility being dropped towards the heaven, and now the question, where are they going to be running? Still towards the bathrooms, not been spotting anything. One player towards the monster, and that's going to be enough. Morels was the probe. They gained the information, but the problem is they leave it in a 3 versus 3. They can actually go for the retake now. The bomb definitely is going to be planted, and already you can see every single CT pushing towards the upper site. Nice shot from Mast to gain the control. By now, they should be talking about the fact that should they actually save for the next round, they seem to have enough money for the buy. So Quetz is going to be the last one to survive, but he wants to save that AK for the next round, which is going to be an okay choice. And that's it. Honestly, if Permitta can get 4, it's all good. They can still do it. Of course, yeah. 4 rounds on overpass if you have a good CT. We have seen crazier upsets, so at the end of the day, it's not that bad. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about is that Espionage, they seem to be on point today, so, and especially on the T side. What we were seeing from Nuke was kind of great, so if they can manage to simulate the similar results here on overpass, Permitta might have a very tough CT in front of him. Meanwhile, Molotov for Monster. If any of the players want to go for a quick peek, at least there's something in front of them. Wes gets the drop onto Mary. Good kills at the start. Mister with 1 as well. Blinox trying to peek towards the side, not really working out. They need to win pistols. Well, they need to win a lot if they only have 4 rounds. Already on their 3rd, so there is a round after this one that they can actually fight for. Of course, wanting to fight for the 5th round could be the optional point, but looking at how they start, how it started, Espionage looking very clean here. Veggie 18. Still going for those entries. He has to be careful here. It's going to be Quest from a closer angle. Pretty much just holding it from the wall. Goes for the swing. Oh god, that flash is gonna be perfect! Triple kill for the side of Quest to hold down the B side, and you can just see that body slam to the floor as Lucky is gonna hit that off shot. And the round gets closed down. That flash was amazing. Beautiful gameplay coming out of Espionage at the moment. And to be honest, amazing gameplay. It's individual performance with team play. I'm getting very, very interested on how long they actually keep this up. Because majority of the works have already been done here on the CT side. If they can actually win this last round, this is going to be an insane CT side. Hopping into the T side. Nox entering it with the MAC-10, but the problem is that actually clears out the push for the monster, but the problem is that they have a deeper hold already. Mister, even through the smoke, is going to be finding the head of Veggie. And a little bit of a spray here and there to make sure that they know Cabby from the backlines. Again, this man has been so impactful throughout the game. Mister as well, looking so sharp. Just pretty much waiting for Permitta to go for the peaks because they need a kill. And that's awesome. That is a very great... That is actually pretty great to see from a young player. 4 kills in this round. Shutting down that B push. That is one of those situations where you lose players. They do understand from the side of Espionage that, for example, if you're on a ridiculous deficit, usually the enemy teams likes to go for some picks before they actually go for the bomb plant. So for Mister to understand the situation, read it. It's nothing that special. But when you get fundamentals like that locked down, it is going to be very hard as the enemy team to get close to that side. 15 kills for Mister. Cabby with 12. Quest with 10. Not a single player even... Well, that's actually going to be Mary kind of close towards the 10 mark. But from the side of Espionage, they are showing some class. And to be honest, I was kind of ready. If you had asked me before the game, from the previous times I was actually casting Permitta's game, I could have called out that they were going to win this game either 2-1 or 2-0. But what we're seeing in the server at the moment, Espionage, they've definitely been practicing. Maybe it's the last update, giving them a little bit of a boost. Meanwhile, FaZe going against Eternal Fire. Already 3 rounds on the board in the same map. All right. Turning it around, Permitta. Pistol round starting. And a big knife. You think that's a knife? This is a knife. Crocodile Dundee. Oh, the 80s. You think that's a knife? This is a knife. Benox behind the toxic barrels. He's going to be the first one to spot out the... actually, even True Flash is going to find that shot. But Mr. Quick with the trade. Iceberg with his own. And already Mr. with 2 kills on the board. Opening up the B side and goes for the plant. This is going to be huge for the side of Espionage to start it off like this. A smackdown here at the start. Oh god, what a start. Iceberg with Mr. Why would anyone watch this if there's RMRs? I'm a hater. Well, that's why you're not getting invited to any parties. 10-3. An Espionage with double digits on round 14. That means that you are getting stomped on enemy team. What a play. The pistol round that was needed. I'm gonna still say it, there is still a little bit of a chance for the side of the CTs to turn this back, but they need to start winning rounds now. If they get one more round for the side of Espionage, they're gonna feel so comfortable. To be honest, they could actually start to rush round after round until they make a mistake. Oh god. Iceberg is going to be the one to find a frag on first. Veggie, Mary, and Benox holding it down, but Mr. with Cabby mowing down the site. Easy entry, bomb getting planted, Permitta. Only with Mast. And he has to do some crazy magic with the scout. No, one tap to the face, 11th round for the side of Espionage, and we are 2 rounds away from an absolute stomp here on Overpass. Insane pictures being shown in front of our screens at the moment. I have no idea what's happening, but it's beautiful. You can see the frustration at the moment. Hitting the air with that knife. To be honest, it's a very expensive knife too. To think about the fact that some of the pixels in the screen might cost as much as a car at the moment. That's insane. Pop flash for Connector. The leading shot there. Well, a few shots through the smoke. That is going to be the defense coming in. Mass does get one before he gets traded by Mr. A quick shot from that AK brings the numbers back for the side of Espionage. 4 kills away from a map point or a bomb plant. Oh my god, Permitta. Not entirely even sure what they're thinking about at this point. I don't think it's gonna be map number 3. I'm a little bit shocked that we haven't still seen an Inferno in a while. Everybody seems to be banning the map at this point, but doesn't matter. Meanwhile, towards the short water is going to be Mr. He's been spotted, but he actually gives the space back towards the player. Vergi with 2 beautiful kills on that M4, but he gets dropped, and Mr. finds Al Morales before. Oh god, it's going to be going down south. As Espionage, after those kills, they just wing it back. And Permitta on the enemy's map point at the moment. They need 9 rounds in a row in their own map just to bring it back to an overtime. Espionage taken far out a round and it's done. Literally they can stumble up on a round and it's done. Just look at the buy at this point. Oh god. Veggie, the only one with a rifle that is a little bit longer than his PP. Meanwhile, it's going to be an MP9, Deagle, 2 FAMASes, and a lot of hopes and dreams. No utility for the side of Veggie. Mass trying to go for the aggressive peek. He's just going to be pretty much mowed down by those AKs. Morales gets one, but it's going to be a quick trade by Quez. And even through the plywood, a few shots being popped. Nobody's there to receive any of them, though. Deep smoke. That's going to gain the control. Espionage with the full control of that connector. And Permitta going for the risk. Full stack towards the A side. Single mistake in this round can pretty much guarantee Espionage the win. Utility being used. Even a player being left towards the B side. Maybe it could be a fake, but it's not. Veggie getting closer to the smoke, getting close to the bank truck. And he needs a kill here. Backside of that truck is being already excavated. Wait a minute, they actually find the 2 kills, but they know exactly where they are. The Mister finds the first frag. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Bomb has been dropped and the retake. From the side of the CT stairs, starting to step in. Molotov for the bank. And Mister still posting the smoke. Mary. Smoked out. Veggie is going to be pretty much regrouping with Mary. And it seems like they want to go for the double swing from bank. But from a better spot, Mister finds the first frag, brings it back to a 1 versus 2. Even from long, some bullets has been used. Veggie with 46 health points. He has to get the kill quickly. No kits. And a bullet to the face. 13-3. And what a stomp here on Overpass. Not even a single chance was given to the side of Permitta. And I have to say, those were one of the quickest 2 maps we have seen in the whole tournament ever. What a play, and congratulations for Espionage for actually going through and already qualifying. Permitta, they're not out of the tournament yet. That was I don't want to call it a nice try. Every now and then you might actually have one of those games that it just doesn't work, and this was one of them. So it's okay. As long as they kind of trying to wind that back inside their heads, they still have a try on the lower bracket. So they're going to go against Sangal, which is going to be interesting. So lower bracket still is alive, and over there, once those games get played, then one of those teams are going to be pretty much dropped. So that is the games today. 2 best of 3s. And it feels like a very long day as we are finally stopping. I think it's like, wait a minute, my clock actually died in mid-game. It's 4 o'clock at the moment. So actually not that bad. It's okay. Let's put this back into charging. Now we're done. So those are the games. Can we actually see the brackets? Is it okay? Can we see the bracket flyer HUD? Here we are at the moment. So it's going to be Espionage. They did win their first game against Astralis Talent and absolutely discombobulating Permitta on the upper bracket finals. So Espionage going through. Congratulations. Oh, great, great, great. On the lower bracket, Sangal going against Astralis with a long fight. It gets into the 3rd map and they finally get it after a little bit of a comeback, and they find another chance on the lower bracket against Permitta, which is going to be insane. So we're gonna head off. Thank you for the casts. Hopefully you guys had a beautiful day. I enjoyed being over here, and we will see you in the future. Bye-bye.